Chapter 727. Phew, I'm finally out. What bullshit tea medicine sect? What 18 great powers? I don't think so. After Ling Xiao exited the medicine sect space, he couldn't help but exclaim softly, his face full of joy. Being sealed for a year really made him feel suffocated. The stifling feeling in his heart had also dissipated. Before he came out, he thought that he would be lucky to be able to leave calmly. He did not expect the Dragon Lady and the Earthly Flaming Tiger to give him such a huge surprise. The Dragon Lady's strength was beyond his expectations, while the Earthly Flaming Tiger's sudden breakthrough was like a timely rain, resulting in today's situation where the guest was the host. Yun Feng and the others should be worried too. Let's go to the medicine capital to take a look and hand in the mission. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he kept the Blue Dragon and the Earth Flaming Tiger into the cauldron. Then, he flew towards the direction of the medicine capital. Returning to the medicine capital, Ling Xiao didn't have the mood to wander around blindly. He directly flew to the Gu family's residence. Who dares to barge into my Gu family's territory? Just as Ling Xiao flew to the sky above the Gu family's residence, a powerful voice came from below the Gu family's residence. Soon after, a figure flew out from the ground. Elder Xing, long time no see. Ling Xiao looked at Gu Longxing and said indifferently. When Gu Longxing saw who it was, he was stunned for a moment before he said happily, "So it's Master Ling, quick. Let's talk below." Ling Xiao nodded lightly and followed Gu Longxing to the house below. After the maid served tea, Ling Xiao had already used his mental power to scan everything in the courtyard. He didn't find the aura of Yi Yunfeng and the others, so he immediately asked, "Elder Xing, Yunfeng and the others have all left?" Gu Longxing nodded and replied, "I was just about to tell you about this. 3 months after you disappeared, Yunfeng and the friends you brought along went to find a person called the military advisor. They said that if you appeared, they would pass on the message to you and you would understand. So that's how it is. That's good too." Ling Xiao replied softly and felt relieved. Now that he knew where Yi Yunfeng and the others were, Ling Xiao did not need to worry anymore. They had Lu Kun to protect them, so there should not be any accidents. Then, Ling Xiao talked to Gu Longxing about what happened in the past year. Only then did he realize that the medicine school had replaced the city lord. No one knew that Ling Xiao had been sealed, and the Gu family's ancient kill order was still in effect. However, no one could find him. Many people who wanted to kill him had also evacuated from the medicine capital. Ling Xiao only stayed at the Gu family for a little more than 2 hours before he got up and rushed to the Alchemist Association. He received 3 missions a year ago and had to hand them in. Gu Longxing looked at Ling Xiao's departing figure and felt quite pleased with himself. Master Ling's aura has increased by quite a bit. It looks like he must have had a fortuitous encounter. This time, our Gu family has made the right bet. He could clearly sense that Ling Xiao's strength was different from before. If Ling Xiao continued to develop like this, he would one day shake the entire central region and become a supreme existence. To the Gu family, an ally like this would only bring benefits and no harm. Ling Xiao arrived at the Alchemist Association. Before he could even hand in the mission, he heard the supervising elder summon him. "Come see me first." When Ling Xiao heard the voice in his ears, his body and mind trembled slightly. He muttered, "Could it be that he knows everything?" Ling Xiao went straight to the deepest pavilion. The door of the pavilion was still open by itself. The supervising elder's turbid old eyes looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, "To be able to escape from the hands of those brats from the medicine school, you're very good." Ling Xiao looked at the supervising elder in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the supervising elder was so capable that he actually knew everything that had happened in the medicine school. The supervising elder seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's thoughts and said indifferently, "A year ago when you were brought into the medicine school by Sun Zhang, I secretly paid attention to you. I thought that you had been recruited by the medicine school, but when Sun Zhang was replaced, I knew that things weren't that simple. I never thought that those brats from the medicine school would be so shameless that they almost harmed you for their own benefit. Fortunately, you were a little lucky and made those brats from the medicine school suffer a loss." Ling Xiao scratched the back of his head and said, "The supervising elder is praising me too much. I was just a little lucky." He was shocked in his heart. The supervising elder's divine ability was too vast, as if he had already understood the ins and outs of the matter. "You're the demonic emperor's disciple, but you're already much stronger than the demonic emperor was at his age. Have you thought about your future plans? The supervising elder asked. Ling Xiao didn't know what the supervising elder meant, so he immediately replied, "What plans can I have? If I have nothing to do, I'll just cultivate a little, or play around with alchemy. I'll find a few wives and have children. I'll be satisfied." He only spoke 3 words to everyone he met. Although the supervising elder had some fate with him, he hadn't reached the level where Ling Xiao could confide in him. The supervising elder stared at Ling Xiao, trying to see through the truth of Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao faced him calmly and didn't show any signs of hesitation. After a long time, the supervising elder sighed softly and said, "You're a dignified man, haven't you ever thought about building your own career? Do you really intend to bury your cultivation and alchemy skills? Or are you only willing to be a powerhouse that others look up to, and not a tyrant?" Ling Xiao's expression changed, but he was puzzled. He said, "It doesn't matter if I'm the strongest of my generation, or if I'm the most ambitious person in the world. I just want to live a carefree life." He guessed that the supervising elder wanted to use his name to establish a career, or perhaps he had some other intentions. But no matter what, he felt that he didn't need to listen to other people's arrangements. He liked to control his own life, and not be someone else's puppet. His words also expressed his firm stance. The supervising elder said again, "That's right, no one likes to be controlled by others in their own path, and you and I are no exception. But as long as you become a tyrant, not only can you live the life you want, you can also control the lives of others. Don't you think that would be even more perfect?" "It sounds perfect, but what does that have to do with me?" Ling Xiao asked. The supervising elder looked at Ling Xiao seriously and said, "If you want to be a hero, an overlord, then I can help you. Do you have the confidence to do it?" Ling Xiao was slightly startled, but he smiled and said, "Supervising elder, you really like to joke. How can I be a tyrant with my small body? You don't need to belittle yourself. Just based on the fact that you were able to make those brats from the medicine sect eat a loss without daring to make a sound, you can do it. Do you have the confidence?" The supervising elder shouted. It was obvious that he was very confident in Ling Xiao, but he didn't know that he had already fallen into Ling Xiao's trap. Not only did Ling Xiao have the confidence to be a tyrant, but he also had the confidence to become a tyrant. It was just that he didn't know what the supervising elder wanted. Now that the supervising elder had placed such high hopes on him, how could Ling Xiao let him down? He immediately patted his chest and said, "As long as you are willing to help me, I have the confidence to build an existence that is not inferior to the martial spirit court." This time, the supervising elder was a little dumbfounded. He didn't think that Ling Xiao would become so confident in the blink of an eye, and even say such arrogant words. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap. He didn't get angry, but instead smiled. The layers of wrinkles on his face looked somewhat strange. "You sly little fox. It seems that you have a lot of ambition. Even an old man like me would be tricked. I have still underestimated you." The supervising elder laughed. A hint of gratification flashed in his old eyes. He wanted to see Ling Xiao's arrogance. Perhaps Ling Xiao would help him fulfill his wish. "Supervising elder, may I know what conditions you have for helping me? I must be clear about this. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to trouble you," Ling Xiao said in a serious tone. The supervising elder's cultivation was unfathomable, and he was also a legendary medicine saint. If someone like him could help him, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. It would not be a dream for him to become as powerful as the martial spirit court. The supervising elder said faintly, "I had once thought that by joining the Pill Alliance, I would be able to borrow the power of the medicine order and the pill sect to restore the medicine sect to its former glory. Unfortunately, I was too naive. They didn't want the medicine sect to return to its former glory. They had always let me take on the position of supervising and had no intention of helping me rebuild the medicine sect. Now that you have obtained the medicine sect's pill refinement technique, it can be said that we are fated. Hence, I have decided to make you the medicine sect's new sect leader and rebuild the medicine sect. I am willing to help you." Ling Xiao gently furrowed his brows when he heard this. He was calculating the supervising elder's words in his heart. He thought for a while before he said in a serious tone, "I can't agree to this." The supervising elder was agitated. "Why? Do you think that I can't help you? I'm a high-level saint. There aren't many in the central region who can challenge me." Restoring the medicine sect was his only wish, and he had taken a liking to Ling Xiao's potential. If Ling Xiao did not agree to this, he really did not know what to do. Ling Xiao then said, I do want to build an organization, but I don't want to do it under the medicine sect's name because I'm not a member of the medicine sect. I also don't want you to imagine my organization to be like the medicine sect. If you really want to rebuild the medicine sect, in the future, once I've built my organization, I can split a part of it under the name medicine sect. However, this organization must be under my jurisdiction and become an inseparable part of my organization. This might be possible. Ling Xiao spoke resolutely and decisively without the slightest bit of hesitation. His organization must not be built under any name or will. He must do it in his own way and with his own way of thinking. Only in this way would everything become more meaningful, and it would make him do his job even better. The supervising elder stared dazedly at Ling Xiao. His elderly eyes were filled with a peculiar look. Based on his status, many people would try their best to curry favor with him. However, Ling Xiao had refused to do so. This caused the supervising elder to be at a loss. The supervising elder fell silent for a long time before he sighed heavily. All right, I can agree to this as long as the medicine sect can be restored. Chapter 728. Ling Xiao swore that he never thought that the supervisor would make such a decision. He was so surprised by this sudden good news that he couldn't close his mouth. A high-level saint, what kind of concept was this? This was already one of the strongest people in the central region. With such a peerless expert in charge, Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about not being able to accomplish his great goal. Why don't you go and hand in your mission first? Wait for me to explain everything. Then we'll take our time to think about it. The supervising elder said. Ling Xiao nodded and walked out of the supervising elder's place, arriving at the place to hand in the mission. When the old man saw Ling Xiao appear, his eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He said indifferently, I thought you weren't going to hand in your mission. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. He handed over the pills that he had refined. The old man opened the bottle and looked at the pills, distinguishing the quality and effects of the pills. His eyes revealed a look of surprise. This is the earth and metal dual attribute Xiandan. You really did it? Ling Xiao replied, this isn't very difficult, right? The other pill can be called the Meridian Revival Pill. It can cripple the Sky-Yin Meridian, and it won't cause too much harm to that person, but the cultivation speed will definitely be affected. Also, this is the Cultivation Realm Pill. It can help the spiritual realm recover without any side effects. Ling Xiao had received 3 level 7 missions, and he had already completed all of them. This was all thanks to the memory inheritance that the medicine god had instilled in him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known the refining methods of the other 2 7th-grade pills. The old man who was in charge of distributing the missions revealed an incredulous look. The first type was the Mystic the Arch Elixir that combined 2 elements into one. It would not be easy for an ordinary 7th-grade alchemist to complete it. As for the other 2 elixirs, they had never even heard of them. However, judging from the color and fragrance of the elixirs, they were definitely not ordinary. These 3 missions that had been issued for a long time had finally been completed by someone, and it was even a very young alchemist. If the people of the outside world were to know about this, they would probably be extremely shocked. The old man flattered Ling Xiao. Good, truly worthy of being the alchemist that the supervising elder has taken a fancy to. It really makes this old man admire you. Well, you should take out my reward first. I don't have much time to waste. By the way, I'd like to receive the New Year's level 7 mission, said Ling Xiao. The old man nodded in satisfaction, then took out 70% of the rewards for the 3 missions and gave it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao accepted another 3 rank 7 missions and returned to the supervising elder's pavilion. He spent a few days to complete the 3 missions. At the same time, he discussed everything with the supervising elder. Only then did he prepare to leave for Hell City. However, the news of the supervising elder's departure still reached the medicine sect. A saint that Ling Xiao had seen before came out and tried to persuade the supervising elder to stay. Unfortunately, the supervising elder had already made up his mind, and he was unable to stop him. In the end, the Dan Alliance's cabinet elders also felt sorry for the departure of this saint alchemist. They were all secretly sighing at Ling Xiao's good luck. To actually be able to invite such a peerless figure away, it truly made them feel envious and jealous. The news of Ling Xiao's reappearance in the medicine capital also spread very quickly. He was the target of the ancient slaughter token after all, and many people still had ideas about him. However, not long after the news spread, Ling Xiao once again disappeared from the medicine capital. His whereabouts were unknown. Ling Xiao and the supervising elder. No, he should be called Elder Han. His original name was Han Kai, and he was a supreme elder of the medicine sect. He was also the only survivor of the medicine sect. As for the disappearance of the medicine sect, Han Kai did not mention a word about it. Ling Xiao also had no intention of getting to the bottom of it. It only took the two of them a few days to travel from the medicine capital to Hell City, which was several times shorter than the time needed by Yi Yunfeng and the others. After all, the difference in strength was too great, and Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng were also rushing at full speed, so naturally they could not be compared. Han Kai knew about the strangeness of Hell City, but with his current strength, there were not many places in the central region that he did not dare to go or stay. Therefore, he did not ask why Ling Xiao chose that place as the starting point. Hell City was still in a dilapidated and desolate state. Although Xianxia and the others had settled in the city lord's mansion, they had never implemented any management of Hell City. This was because they knew that as long as the mystery of death in Hell City was not solved, not many people would dare to stay in Hell City for too long. Once there was some sort of mandatory management system, it was afraid that this place would become even more desolate. In the city lord's mansion, Xianxia sat cross-legged in a small formation. This formation was based on the 5 stars and supplemented by yin and yang. It had all kinds of mysterious meanings, which made people feel that it was very mystical. As the only successor of the Xuanji sect, Xianxia knew divination, the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, fate, feng shui, and all kinds of unpredictable things. He woke up from meditation, and there was a deep and vast light in his eyes. After the minor competition of the imperial ranking list, his strength had risen from the middle stage of the Earth Sovereign Realm to the peak of the Earth Sovereign Realm. His speed was not fast, but it was definitely not slow either. Every time he broke through a stage, he used the medicinal pills provided by Ling Xiao, but he also had the inheritance of the previous generation's Tianjizi, so he had an advantage in speed. It was just that he spent most of his time on divination and studying formations, so his speed had decreased a lot. He walked out of the 5 stars light gathering formation and flew into the city lord's mansion. Faintly he said, "Everyone, come out. We need to prepare for the young master's return." Swoosh swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures flew over from several directions at an extremely fast speed. Feng Xianyun was the first to ask, "Xiao, is he back?" The others also looked at Xianxia nervously, looking forward to his answer. Xianxia nodded lightly and said, "Let's hurry up. Maybe we can wait for his return at the city gate." After saying that, he took the lead and flew out. The others did not hesitate and immediately followed. At this moment, the most excited people were the women, especially Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, and Bai Yushi. They had been separated from Ling Xiao for a long time, and they were very worried about him. The group of people flying out of the city lord's mansion alarmed everyone in the Hell City. Where did the people of the city lord's mansion go? Did they decide to leave here? It's possible. It's the first time they've all come out. It seems that they don't want to die here inexplicably. It's a pity that those beautiful girls make me feel relaxed and happy every time I see them. Now that they're gone, I won't be able to see them again in the future. It seems that there will be a big dispute about who wants to live in the city lord's mansion. Ling Xiao and Han Kai had just arrived outside the city gate. Ling Xiao sensed the familiar aura and immediately smiled. Looks like that fraud already knows that I'm here. He actually all came out. To be able to know that he had come to Hell City at this time, Ling Xiao could guess that it was Xianyao's masterpiece. Only this fraud had the ability to predict the future. Xianyao, Yi Yunfeng, Savage Leopard, Mad Tooth, Lu Kun, Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, Bai Yushi, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, Gu Jiaojiao, and a few other sky sovereigns landed at the city gate. Everyone respectfully said to Ling Xiao, "Welcome back, young master, husband." Ling Xiao looked at the group of people and laughed heartily. "Good. Seeing that all of you are here, this young master is very happy. From today onwards, it is time for me, Ling Xiao, to establish my foundation." Ling Xiao was filled with lofty sentiments. He had come to this place where his life had begun, and he was finally able to unleash the lofty aspirations in his heart. From here on out, he was going to use these people to dominate the central region. Everyone welcomed Ling Xiao and Han Kai into the city lord's mansion, and Ling Xiao sat on the long vacant city lord's seat. These people were the brothers, women, and followers that he had gathered. Although there were only a few of them, they were elites. It wouldn't be too difficult for them to develop. Han Kai could also be considered to have witnessed Ling Xiao's ambition. He never thought that Ling Xiao had already begun to plan to dominate the central region, and he had even tried to guide him back then. This truly made him feel extremely self-deprecating. However, he was also very glad that he had not misjudged the person. He believed that as long as Ling Xiao could develop, the medicine sect would definitely be able to reappear in the central region once again and become famous in the central region. Let me introduce everyone to this person who was once the supervising elder of the Alchemy Alliance. Not only is his strength top-notch, he is also a genuine saint medicine master. Since he thinks highly of me, Ling Xiao, and is willing to help me establish my foundation, he will be our senior from now on. Everyone can call him Elder Han. With him around, our great cause is already halfway to success. Ling Xiao solemnly introduced Han Kai, who was standing next to him, to the people below. The expressions of the people in the hall changed. They never thought that this old man, who was so old that his teeth were falling off, would have such a noble status. They immediately stood up and bowed to greet him. Elder Han. Even Mad Tooth, who had always looked down on Ling Xiao, bowed willingly. He had originally thought that his status as a saint was enough for Ling Xiao to rope him in with all his might. It was a pity that after Ling Xiao had set a 10-year protection mission for him, he did not have much use for him. He had originally thought that after the time to repay the kindness was over, he would definitely take the savage leopard and leave Ling Xiao. However, now that Han Kai had arrived, he felt that he seemed to have underestimated Ling Xiao and overestimated his own weight in Ling Xiao's heart. This made him feel somewhat unbalanced in his heart. He could not help but think, could it be that this kid can really become the new generation's holy emperor? Fraud, back then, you were the one who suggested coming to Hell City. Now, it's time for you to tell us how we should proceed. Right now, this broken city is really broken. Ling Xiao cut to the chase and said. Right now, he did not want to waste even a minute. He could not wait to immediately rebuild the city and make it his first territory. Xianxia gently waved his white paper fan and said, Hell City is also known as the City of Death. The people who live here cannot live more than 3 years, even if they are emperors. There is a mystery here that has existed for tens of thousands of years. Only by unraveling this mystery of death will we be able to rebuild this city and start a great undertaking. Everyone knows this, but how can we unravel this mystery of death? Yi Yunfeng could not help but ask. Xianxia chuckled and said, In the past 2 years, I have already searched through Hell City. There are already clues to this mystery, but only when young master returns can we solve it. Chapter 729. Hell City, north of the Death Mountain Range. It was unknown if it was because of the death aura in the Death Mountain Range or if there was some kind of demonic creature causing trouble, but no one could stay here for long. Within 3 years, there would definitely be people dying. This had already become a law of death. It was unknown how many capable people had come to investigate the secrets of this place, but they had all returned empty-handed. This caused Hell City to become one of the 7 great mysteries of the central region. However, Xianxia actually said that he already knew where the mysteries of this place were, causing everyone present to be moved. Ling Xiao asked, Why do we have to wait for this young master to come back before we can solve it? Xianxia sternly said, You are the master of Hell City. If you don't solve it, who will? What kind of lousy logic is that? Tell me what's going on first. I felt that something was wrong when I came here. Ling Xiao smiled. Before Xianxia could speak, Han Kai already said, Life force is flowing away, but after entering the city lord's mansion, there is no such situation. Someone must have already set up a formation to isolate that strange situation. Xianxia smiled. As expected of Elder Han. I have indeed set up a small formation here to isolate this place from the outside world, so it won't be a problem for us to stay here for as long as we want. However, the people outside the city lord's mansion can't. This problem of death still has to be solved. Military advisor. Quickly tell me what's going on. It's making my hair stand on end, Yi Yunfeng anxiously said. Yi Yunfeng had been here for more than a year, but he hadn't discussed this issue with Xianxia. Now, he was somewhat impatient. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then said, "Everyone, come with me. Once you see the situation there, you will understand what's going on." After saying that, he stood up and walked out of the main hall. The others immediately followed suit. The group arrived at the outskirts of Hell City. This was the northern side of the city, the place closest to the Death Mountain range. The nearby pavilions had long since collapsed, and there was a chaotic scene everywhere. There was not a single trace of human habitation, and occasionally, a few skeletons could be seen. Gusts of cold wind blew past, causing one's hair to stand on end. Han Kai muttered, "The life force here is dissipating even faster." After saying that, he gently waved his space force out, enveloping everyone together. At this moment, everyone shuddered, as if they didn't realize that they were in danger just now. The power of light revolved around Xianyao's body. He muttered an incantation and a few mysterious energy attacks shot out from his hands. These light energy attacks blasted towards the desolate surroundings. Swoosh! The power of light seemed to illuminate the dark land, and in this desolate land, there seemed to be some ferocious creature that was exposed to the light. Woo woo! A series of mournful cries rang out in everyone's ears. They sounded like the cries of ghosts from the depths of hell, instilling fear in everyone. Not only that, but the cries were also mixed with the roars of many spirit beasts, bringing about a strange atmosphere. At the same time, streams of death chi, which were hard to see with the naked eye, spread in all directions. Most of them tried to entangle the group, but they were blocked by Old Han's space force. How could there be a sound? It's too terrifying, Yao Qingmin said with a pale face. She felt a chill when she heard this. Bing Ruoshui gently held her hand and said, "Senior sister, don't be afraid. This might just be an illusion." Ling Zhao's dragon-shaped battle chi formed a protective barrier around his body. He took a step forward, looked around and said faintly, "This death chi is very strange. It seems to be able to corrode a person's life force without them noticing. However, for it to be able to do so, there should be a formation surrounding it, and the formation eye is right there." After saying that, Ling Xiao flew towards a place he couldn't see, and with the ice and fire swords in his hands, he attacked that place. Rumble! When the sword chi struck the eye of the formation seemed to move and actually disappeared. The color of death in the vicinity also dissipated quite a bit. At this moment, Han Kai moved and he shouted, "Imprison!" As soon as his voice fell, a space force smashed towards a place not far away. That place instantly became like a turtle sinking, and hundreds of meters of land were destroyed. However, the light screen of the formation eye had already disappeared. Just as Han Kai was about to move again, Xianxia said, "Elder Han, don't worry, it won't be able to escape. Besides, you won't be able to destroy it now. It's just an illusory formation eye, the real formation eye isn't here." "Then where is it?" Ling Xiao asked anxiously. He now understood why no one could stay in Hell City for more than 3 years. It was all because of the death aura. The death energy could corrode anyone's vitality, but it shouldn't cause too much harm to experts above the king level. However, this death energy was especially strange and dense. Even emperor-level experts would be corroded by it. If that was the case, their vitality would be extracted day and night, so it was no wonder that people would die so often. Xianxia revealed a suspicious expression and said, "If I'm not wrong, this should be a ghost mother-demon-child formation. This is a formation that connects 2 formations, and the one in Hell City is only a demon-child formation eye. As for this demon-child formation, if I'm not wrong, it should be under the ground." As Xianxia spoke, he stomped on the ground. Han Kai looked at Xianxia with a surprised expression. He didn't expect this young man to be so knowledgeable. He had seen this ghost mother-demon-child array in some ancient books. This was an evil array that was above the 8th rank. Moreover, the array was very well hidden. Even an ordinary 8th rank array master wouldn't be able to see through its mysteries. Moreover, even if one could find the location of the array, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could destroy. On the contrary, those who got close to the array would definitely lose their lives. Since you know this is the ghost mother-demon-child formation, then you should know how dangerous it is. We should retreat from this place and choose a new city." Han Kai looked at Xianxia and said. Xianxia chuckled and said, Those who want to achieve great things must walk the path that others don't dare to walk. This is the beginning that young master must experience. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as Ling Xiao can break this ghost mother demon child formation, then we can announce this news to everyone. How will everyone react? Everyone's expression changed slightly. If what Xianxia said was true, then Ling Xiao's reputation would rise to another level. After all, the mystery of death that no one had been able to solve for thousands of years was solved by someone else. This would definitely cause an absolute sensation. Xianxia continued, "What's more, this is the Death Mountain Range, which can provide us with a great natural barrier and endless resources. This is also the reason why I asked young master to choose this place as the starting point." "Do you want to occupy the Death Mountain Range?" Han Kai frowned and said. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Why not?" Han Kai didn't speak, but Mad Tooth took the lead and scolded, "What a madman! The Death Mountain Range has existed for tens of thousands of years. It is one of the 7 forbidden areas of the central region. How dare you have the idea of occupying it? How unreasonable!" Once, the Black Demon sect also wanted to occupy the Death Mountain Range. In the end, they returned without success and even lost a large number of people. Therefore, Mad Tooth felt that Xianxiao's idea was too naive. Xianxiao shook his head and said, "The Death Mountain Range stretches for tens of thousands of miles. Of course, we can't occupy it completely. We just need to draw a piece of land and make it our base. Isn't that better?" After pausing for a moment, he changed the topic and said, "The most important thing now is to break the demon child formation here." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "You're right. It's a piece of cake for us to draw dozens of mountains from the Death Mountain Range. Now, let's break the demon child formation in Hell City." Han Kai said, "I know that the Ghost Mother Demon Child formation is not easy to break. Do you have a way to break it?" Xianxiao shook his head and said, "I can only find the location of the Demon Child formation. I can't break it. I'm not strong enough." Military counselor, after saying so much, it seems that you can't break the formation. What's the point of us staying here? Yi Yunfeng asked. Didn't I say it just now? This formation can only be broken by the young master. Xianxia said seriously. Ling Xiao said, "Don't keep me guessing, fraud. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Xianxia smiled and said, "First, give me a few pills to raise my strength. When the time comes, I'll be able to find the location of the demon child formation for you." Ling Xiao laughed and scolded, "Damn, in the end, you're just trying to cheat me of my pills." Xianxia said seriously, "Only by raising my strength can I set up a higher level formation. Otherwise, I won't be able to do anything. And, let's go back first. Raising your strength is just playing house. It's easy." Ling Xiao patted Xianxiao's shoulder and said. If other warriors heard this, they would be extremely envious. Others had to work hard for more than 10 or even dozens of years to advance by one level, but in Ling Xiao's eyes, it was like playing house. After returning, Ling Xiao immediately refined a light attribute elixir for Xianxiao, and gave Yi Yunfeng a Zun Zun elixir. Lu Kun had finally made it. He received a supreme grade wood attribute mystic the arch elixir from Ling Xiao. "Thank you, young master, for your reward." Lu Kun swears his loyalty to young master. Lu Kun knelt down on one knee and received the pill in his hand. His old eyes were filled with excitement. Half a month later, Xianxiao successfully broke through to the Heavenly Lord stage and took the reincarnation pill to reach the mid-level of the Heavenly Lord stage. Yi Yunfeng's strength also went up another level and reached the mid-level of the Heavenly Lord stage. As for Lu Kun, he began to cultivate in seclusion. This stage was very important to him and he could not afford to be careless. "Fraud, what do you plan to do now?" Ling Xiao spoke to Xianxiao alone. Xianxiao looked at Ling Xiao and said, "This formation is extremely dangerous. I can only find it, but I still have to rely on you to break it. If you feel that it's not appropriate, we can choose another city." Ling Xiao laughed out loud. "Haha, fraud, I treat you as a brother, so there's no need to say anything unnecessary. I believe in your choice, and I also believe that this small formation won't be difficult for me." If he couldn't even break the formation, how could he talk about dominating a region? Chapter 730. 3 days. In just 3 days, The name of Ling Xiao as the city lord had spread throughout Hell City. Ling Xiao was the first emperor from 2 years ago, and he was also the champion of the Alchemy Alliance's alchemy competition a year ago. He was a 7th-grade alchemist. It was said that he had been missing for a year, but he had suddenly appeared in Hell City and become the city lord. This caused all the people in Hell City to be extremely surprised. What was even more surprising was another piece of news. Ling Xiao was actually going to solve the mystery of death in Hell City, so that everyone could live in Hell City in peace. This news exploded in the city like a plague. Did you hear? So the city lord here is the first emperor, Ling Xiao. I wonder if it's true. I think it's true. Since he announced his identity, he must be planning to occupy this place and become the king. But the mystery of death hasn't been solved yet. Isn't he afraid of dying early? Maybe he really found a way to solve it. Is it that easy? Who knows how many emperors thought they could solve it, but in the end, they either died here or ran away. Don't think too much. If he really has the ability to solve the problem here, we'll settle down here and not leave. Young master, I've already done as the military advisor said. Bai Yushi rubbed Ling Zhao's shoulder and said in a low voice. Her face was flushed, and she looked like a flower that had just been moisturized. She was incomparably beautiful. Ling Xiao had enjoyed the blessings of women these past few days, and he had spent the night with Bai Yushi. This girl seemed to be made of water, and she would always make people dote on her. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and nodded. Is the fraud ready? Bai Yushi said softly. The military advisor is already waiting in the main hall, waiting for young master to go over. All right. Ling Xiao responded and stood up. Bai Yushi immediately draped a black robe over Ling Xiao and helped him change. This black robe was made by Bai Yushi herself. Today, she could finally wear it for her young master. She felt exceptionally satisfied and happy. Ling Xiao kissed Bai Yushi's forehead before striding out of the room. Outside the main hall, everyone was present. Ling Xiao walked up to the seat of honor. Fraud, how are the preparations? Ling Xiao asked directly. Xianxia replied. It's about time. If young master has nothing else to do, we can prepare to break the formation now. Okay, let's start now. I can't wait. Ling Xiao said confidently. Xianxia nodded and turned to leave the hall. He arrived at the spacious field outside the main hall, turned around and said, Young master, the real demon child formation should be buried here. What? It's down here. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Xianxia nodded and said seriously, At first, I thought that the formation might be around the city, but after observing for the past few days, there are traces of destruction everywhere in the city, but the city lord's mansion hasn't suffered any damage. I noticed that there are dark lines all around, and only the heavens I can see clearly. If I hadn't broken through to the Empyrean stage, I wouldn't have been able to open the heaven's eye and see everything here. Then, Xianxia didn't waste any more time. He took out a rank 7 light attribute beast core and threw it around the city lord's mansion. Then he bit his bloody finger and shouted, With my blood, sacrifice the demon child's heart. Light blood formation, rise. Xianxiao's fingers danced in the air. Streaks of blood formed mysterious patterns that appeared in the sky above them. The light attribute beast cores around them seemed to be summoned. Streaks of pure and unadorned energy gathered towards the streaks of blood. The light energy and blood converged to form a strange light screen. Xianxia gritted his teeth and shouted, It's not enough. Then, he patted his chest and used a self-mutilating method to spit out another mouthful of blood. The blood that gathered formed a red bead that gradually rose up, and streams of light energy continuously revolved around it. A white feather fan appeared in Xianxiao's hand, giving him the air of an immortal. He soared into the sky, waving the white feather fan in his hand like a drunken dance of the 8 immortals. Streams of energy that twisted like snakes turned into strange formation patterns. Swoosh swoosh. At this time, the formation patterns began to change. The light screen seemed to have come to life, and it was as if the sun was shining. The surroundings became bright, and countless pure and vast lights surrounded the city lord's mansion. Xianxia, who was in the sky, was like an immortal descending to the mortal world. He emitted an incomparably holy light, making people feel a sense of worship. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh and scold. This swindler's move is really flashy. He has 3 points of this young master's charm index. He's actually an array master. And his level isn't low either. Han Kai's old eyes flashed with astonishment as he muttered. The others also had a look of surprise on their faces. They all understood why Ling Xiao relied on Xianxia so much. It turned out that Xianxia's ability wasn't weak at all. When the people in Hell City saw the abnormality in the city lord's mansion, their expressions all became astonished. Could it be that Ling Xiao really found a way to solve the mystery of death here? Such a big commotion. It seems like there should be some clues. I'm really looking forward to it. I really don't know what's causing this. Maybe some kind of treasure will appear. Even if there's a treasure, it won't be our turn. Just wait for the show to start. Rank 7 Radiant Blood Array. Illuminate the earth. Demon Child Array. Appear for me. Xianxiao spread out his palms and shouted. The countless light curtains became even more intense, and the drop of blood essence in the middle seemed to have gained some sort of intelligence. It flew towards a corner of the city lord's mansion. Xianxiao chased after it in the air, and Ling Xiao and the others also quickly followed. In the end, the drop of blood essence landed in an inconspicuous place. Boom! Before the blood essence could land on the ground, a formless death aura soared into the sky. The blood essence and the death aura collided, producing a powerful explosion. As the blood essence scattered, the pure light curtains all shone towards them. Swoosh swoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The dense death aura in that area was instantly cleansed. Xianxiao shouted, "The demon child array is over there, blast the ground." Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. Just as he was about to rush forward and attack, Savage Leopard took the lead and said, "Young master, let me do it." After saying that, Savage Leopard flew through the air. The blood-devouring demon saber appeared in his hand, and he heavily slashed towards that place. The terrifying saber slash completely submerged that area. Just when everyone thought that the place was about to be destroyed, a dense death aura sprayed out from the ground like a toad swallowing fog. Such a dense and terrifying death aura, once touched, would definitely cause one's life force to flow away in the shortest possible time. Be careful. Mad Tooth, who was behind, had been paying attention. He cried out in alarm and instantly rushed out, dispersing the sudden appearance of the death aura. At the same time, he pulled Savage Leopard back. The death aura continuously sprayed out from the ground like a poisonous fog, causing people's scalps to go numb. Fortunately, the light energy shone at the same time, and the death aura was instantly reduced by a lot. Han Kai lightly stomped his feet and waved his hand, sending a wave of spatial energy towards the death aura. Boom! The attack of a peerless expert immediately caused the ground to crack, and the nearby mountains to shake. So. As the ground cracked, a terrifying death aura surged out at the same time, instantly spreading towards everyone. Everyone was shocked, they immediately retreated, and Han Kai and Mad Tooth were about to use their spatial energy to isolate the death aura. Xianxiao once again performed a profound technique in the air as he muttered, "Boundless light, slay the demons and exterminate the devils." Wisps of white light poured down from the top, like the rising sun, illuminating everyone, making them feel extremely comfortable. Only Mad Tooth and Savage Leopard revealed a look of disgust. After all, the light attribute and the dark attribute were innately incompatible powers. Xianxiao, who was in the sky, borrowed the power of the formation. Although he was able to restrain the death aura for a short period of time, Xianxiao had underestimated the accumulated death aura energy here. His light array was unable to completely restrain it. Not good, the large amount of death aura has spread out. It will spread to the people in the city. Xianxiao's expression changed greatly as he shouted. His eyes filled with anxiety. What's the hurry? It's time for this young master to appear. Ling Xiao coolly walked towards the place where the death aura was spreading out. The girls anxiously shouted, "Xiao, don't go, you will be entangled by the death aura." A mere death aura is not enough to make this young master fear. Ling Xiao said indifferently, and a ball of deep purple flame spread out with him as the center. This purple energy brought with it a feeling of dread, causing everyone to feel a strong sense of oppression. Ling Xiao slowly spread out his palms, and countless flames wrapped around the death aura. As if it had met its nemesis, the death aura was incinerated to the point of withering, and the unending stream of death aura was like a cannon, unable to withstand a single blow. What a terrifying heavenly fire, as expected of the nemesis of evil beings. High up in the sky, Xianxia looked at the flames with a pale expression and muttered in joy. This purple flame was the result of the blue demon fire bead swallowing the dark golden split bead. Now, its color had undergone a huge change, and its energy had become even more terrifying. Ling Xiao controlled the surrounding flames to continuously close in, and shouted, "Refine it all for me." The purple flames emitted a raging aura, and continuously surged towards the place where the death aura was spreading out. Bang! When the purple flames completely pressed down, it let out a muffled sound, and countless purple flames splashed in all directions. The death chi was finally completely incinerated into nothingness. However, this did not mean that the mystery had been solved. On the contrary, the mysterious veil was gradually lifted. Chapter 731. The ground that had been caved in by Han Kai, and a large amount of death chi had been burned away by Ling Zhao's heavenly fire. However, this did not reveal the true cause of death. The demon child formation still existed, and if it could not be destroyed, then the deathly aura here would continue to gather, and it would continue to devour anyone's life force. After the smoke dissipated, a cellar entrance appeared in front of everyone. Yes, it was a cellar entrance, not a cave entrance. It was like the cellar entrance that commoners dug during the winter. The death chi in the cellar was no longer leaking out. Instead, gusts of cold wind rose from the ground. Countless resentful souls and the remnant souls of ferocious beasts were roaring non-stop. Their voices filled the sky above Hell City, causing people to feel incomparably shocked. Everyone in the city was shocked, and their expressions became one of panic. What? What kind of sound is this? It's too terrifying, as if it came from the depths of hell. Could it be that Ling Xiao and the others have really found the mystery of death? Quick! Hurry up and jump. This kind of phenomenon must mean that a great evil has appeared. If we don't escape now, we won't have another chance. That's right, this is definitely a ghost city, a ghost city. It's not a place where humans can stay. The cultivators cried out in alarm, and then one by one, they retreated from the city. There were still some who were not afraid of death and insisted on staying. They were waiting to see what the real ending would be like. They wanted to know if Ling Xiao really had a heaven-defying method to solve the problem here. At the same time, they also wanted to know what kind of evil creature was hidden in Hell City. At the entrance of the cellar, Ling Xiao flew 2 steps forward, opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. Roar! Dragon's 10-bin divine ability. Dragon Roar! A terrifying sound wave rushed into the cellar entrance, causing a terrifying echo. The stones around the cellar entrance were shaken to the point of exploding. After a while, all the sound waves finally dissipated, and everything calmed down. Ling Xiao turned around and said, "All right, down here should be the eye of the formation. I'll go in with Elder Han. You all wait outside, and don't let anyone else come near." "All right," Ling Xiao said. The true danger lay beneath the eye of the formation. If an ordinary person were to enter, they would only be a burden and wouldn't be of much help. That was why Ling Xiao made such a suggestion. Most people knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, so they didn't try to be brave. However, Feng Xianyun and Kai Shuyue stepped forward and said a few words of concern to Ling Xiao, and then took the lead to retreat. The others also retreated. Only Xianyao, Savage Leopard, and Mad Tooth did not leave. Xianyao landed and said indifferently, "I'll go with you. I want to see who set up such an evil formation." Ling Xiao nodded and agreed to go with him. After all, Xianyao was a formation master. With him around, they would be able to avoid many detours. Savage Leopard also opened his mouth and said, "Young master, I'm willing to go with you." This. Forget it. You are of the dark nature. Your destructive power might not be able to do anything to this formation. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "Indeed, this evil formation was similar to the demonic nature of the savage leopard. If the savage leopard was possessed by a ferocious creature, it would be troublesome." However, the savage leopard insisted, "Young master, you can rest assured. I, the savage leopard, have seen all sorts of scenes. I have a feeling that there is some kind of energy down there that can help me improve." Ling Xiao did not refuse this time. Since the savage leopard had said so, he would let him be. In any case, one more person down there would be one more person to take care of. Moreover, the savage leopard's strength was not bad. "I want to go too." Mad Tooth also said. Ling Xiao glanced at him and didn't say anything else. He took the lead and jumped down towards the entrance of the cellar. Mad Tooth only felt a stifling feeling in his chest. No matter what, he was a saint-level superpowerhouse, but he was actually looked down upon by an Empyrean. How could he endure this? Moreover, Han Kai's presence there gave him an invisible pressure. He also wanted to prove that he was a saint-level powerhouse, a rare peerless powerhouse, and let Ling Xiao know of his existence. Following Ling Xiao's entrance, the others also followed suit. There were steep stairs under the cellar entrance. There were many layers of stairs, and it was pitch black inside, as if it led to the netherworld, giving people an incomparably gloomy feeling. Gusts of damp and cold wind gushed out from below. At the same time, it was mixed with an even denser death qi than the outside world, making people feel uncomfortable. Ling Xiao and the others were all surrounded by a lustrous light, illuminating the front and isolating the death qi as they went deeper step by step. Could it be an underground labyrinth? Ling Xiao guessed. That's hard to say. I've only read some information about the Ghost Mother Demon Child formation in some ancient books. My knowledge isn't complete, but I can be sure that there are demon spirit puppets guarding the Demon Child formation, Xianxia said. Demon spirit puppets? What are those? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. They might be humans or spirit beasts, but they've already been controlled by the formation. They don't fear death, and they specialize in absorbing death qi. At the same time they can use death qi to attack, and they only know how to stop intruders. These puppets are also prepared to prevent others from destroying the formation. The cries of fear we heard just now were the complaints of these puppets, Xianxia said. He paused for a moment before continuing. But your heavenly flame is the bane of these demons, so only you can break this demon child formation. Now that old Han is here, it won't be difficult to break this demon child formation, but when the time comes, the mother formation will definitely sense it. I just don't know what kind of demons will be drawn out. However, this formation has been set up for who knows how many years, so it's hard to say whether the person who set up the formation is still here. No matter what, I will definitely break this formation. Ling Xiao firmly replied. As they spoke, they had already reached the end of the flight of stairs. Be careful. Let me go take a look first. Xianxia said very cautiously. Then he walked to the very front, and his eyes began to change. They actually glowed with a completely white color, which looked very strange. This was the heavenly eye that could see through everything, the sun and the moon, life and death, and the future. This was the 10 bin that every generation's Tianjizi had. If they didn't even have this, then they wouldn't have been able to enter the profound secret sect and become the only true disciple. I didn't expect you to be this generation's Tianjizi, Han Kai faintly said. Xianxia lightly nodded and said, Old Han's eyes are sharp. This junior is indeed a disciple of the profound secret sect. After saying that, Xianxia began to size up the entrance. He saw that it was covered in invisible death qi. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to see it, and if they rashly walked in, they would immediately be entangled by the death qi and die. Xianxia had the heavenly eye, and Ling Xiao also had the green eye, so they could also see the death qi restriction. Han Kai and Mad Tooth were both saints, so they could also sense it. Break the death qi restriction at the entrance first. Once the restriction is broken, the demon spirit puppet inside should be resurrected. Everyone must be careful, Xianxia said. Without saying a word, Ling Xiao immediately sent out streams of heavenly fire energy towards the entrance. Boom! The sound of the explosion caused the entire place to shake violently, and the echoes were endless. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that the death qi restriction was still there. He couldn't help but be surprised and said, What a terrifying restriction, I can't break it. Let me do it. Mad Tooth wanted to put on a good performance this time. He suddenly blasted out a fist-colored palm print and slammed it towards the restriction. Another even more explosive sound rang out, and the surrounding walls were shaken to the point where many cracks appeared. It was a pity that the death qi restriction was still there, and it wasn't destroyed by Mad Tooth's palm. Everyone was shocked, and Cruel Leopard even exclaimed, What kind of restriction is this? It's actually so terrifying. Let me do it, your strength is a bit lacking. Han Kai took a step forward and said faintly. Mad Tooth felt his face burning. He originally wanted to show off in front of Ling Xiao, but now he actually lost face. Han Kai casually punched out, and his fiery fist directly smashed onto the death chi restriction. This time, the restriction was finally broken by Han Kai. However, the death chi inside gushed out at the same time, like a black hole that wanted to swallow everyone. Everyone was already prepared. Ling Zhao's heavenly fire had already blasted out without hesitation, and Han Kai and Mad Tooth formed a defense, completely isolating the death chi, so Xianxia and Cruel Leopard were not attacked. The death chi here is really terrifying. It has accumulated for too long, and we have to quickly burn it. Otherwise, once it leaks out, the people outside will be affected. Xianxia said hurriedly. Ling Xiao didn't say anything, and he had already started to burn the death chi with all his strength. Old Han moved again, waving his old hand, and similarly, a strong flame burned into the entrance. Although his flame was not as powerful as Ling Zhao's heavenly fire, it was still an earth-grade flame. Coupled with his saint level, the power that he blasted out was much more terrifying than Ling Zhao's. With the two of them working together, it didn't take long for all the death chi to be burned away. Everyone carefully walked into the cave, and when they saw everything inside, their faces revealed incomparable shock. Below them was a spacious space, and this space was filled with all kinds of large pure gold boxes. They didn't rot because of the corrosion of the death chi, and they still emitted a faint halo. There were shadows standing around, as if they were the guards of this place. They all emitted clouds of death chi, which made people feel extremely gloomy and disgusted. Suddenly, the shadows that emitted death chi began to move, and they all turned their gazes to the few people who had walked in. Woo-woo! The mournful sounds made people's hair stand on end. They came over very quickly, and each of them seemed to have a cultivation not inferior to that of a heavenly venerable, and some even had the strength of an emperor. These are demon spirit puppets. Quickly destroy them, we can't let them touch us, or we'll die. Xianxia cried out nervously. Chapter 732. The Eye of the Demon Undead Formation was actually a spacious basement. Huge golden cabinets were placed everywhere. It seemed like there were quite a few good things inside. However, in this basement, there were nearly 100 demon spirit puppets. Every single one of them was very powerful, and they all carried a dense death aura. Once touched by it, it would be very difficult to get rid of it. Only death awaited you. These demon spirit puppets were holding weapons condensed from death aura. They all charged at them, and a terrifying death aura attacked from afar. Leave these things to me. Mad Tooth planned to prove his strength once again. He took a step forward, and the dark attributed spatial energy shackled the demon spirit puppets. The powerful pressure directly locked the demon spirit puppets in place, and then a terrifying spatial energy came from all directions. Rumble! How could those demon spirit puppets withstand the bombardment of a saint-rank expert? They were instantly turned into clouds of black mist. This black mist was the purest death aura, and it once again filled the vast space. Mad Tooth clenched his fist, and the death aura was condensed together. However, he had no way to directly refine it. After all, his dark attribute had some similarities with the death aura, but he was unable to completely destroy it. Ling Xiao took a step forward, and with a wave of his hand, a purple flame swept out, completely incinerating the death aura. I wonder what's inside these cabinets. After Ling Xiao incinerated the death aura, his gaze fell on the huge cabinets. Xianxia cautiously said, "Young master, be careful. There might be some danger inside." Ling Xiao gently nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he opened the lid of one of the cabinets. Whoosh! A ray of light instantly filled the basement. The pure light made people feel very comfortable. Ling Xiao stared at the thing inside the cabinet and exclaimed, "Mysterious crystal!" Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "It should be high-grade mysterious crystal. I'm afraid there are tens of millions of them in this cabinet." Cruel Leopard doubtfully said, "Is this the Eye of the Formation or a treasure room? Someone actually threw these mysterious crystals here." Xianxia pondered for a moment before a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Maybe. I know what's going on here. Quick, tell me about it," Ling Xiao said as he bluntly put away the dozens of gold cabinets. It must be filled with mysterious crystals, which was very important for him to establish his force. It could save him a lot of trouble. If my guess is correct, this should be a graveyard. The things here should only be burial goods. There will definitely be many good things inside, but it will be more dangerous to venture deeper. Everyone should be more careful, Xianxia said with a serious expression. The mausoleum? There's more good stuff? Hee, this is my favorite. Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. With their current lineup, Ling Xiao didn't think there was anything that could hurt them. The people around him were all extraordinary people, so they naturally wouldn't have stage fright. It's best to be careful. This tomb must have been a terrifying expert when he was alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have created such a huge commotion, Xianxia said. Thus, the group walked deeper into the mausoleum. There was a 2-meter-wide passageway. It was still pitch black in front of them, but it didn't obstruct their vision. Xianxia was still walking at the front. When they were about to reach the entrance of the passageway, he made a gesture and everyone stopped. This is the 7 stars 7 malevolent array. Xianxia stared at the ground and exclaimed, "What's the 7 stars 7 malevolent array?" Ling Xiao asked confusedly. This is a deadly array. The 7 deadly malevolent array is very dangerous. If one is not careful, even Emperor Xian would lose his life here. The person who built this array is really a genius. Although this 7 stars 7 malevolent array is not as scary as the Ghost Mother Demon array, it is still difficult to set up. Xianxia murmured with admiration. Can you break this array? Ling Xiao asked. I could, but I'm afraid it's not possible now. This 7 stars 7 malevolent array has become a dead array. Unless we force our way through, there's no other way. Xianxia observed carefully and said, What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked again. He understood some of the profoundness and complexity of array formations. Some high-grade array formations even had unpredictable tricks. He wasn't proficient in array formations, so he could only rely on Xianxia. Xianxia pointed at the walls on both sides of the passageway and said, No matter what array formation it has its own array pattern and array core. The array pattern here is already in a mess. It's possible that the 7 stars array core has already been sealed, so there's no way to break it. No matter where we go, we will be attacked by the 7 malevolent array. The master of this tomb really cut off all paths of retreat. What can a mere array formation do to us? Wait for me to break it. Savage Leopard said disapprovingly and flew towards the passageway. Stop! Xianxia shouted in shock. Unfortunately, it was too late. Savage Leopard had already entered the passageway. Suddenly, small holes appeared on both sides of the passageway. Streams of deathly aura shot out. These deathly auras were like the finger attacks of an expert. The aura was terrifying to the extreme. If an ordinary Empyrean entered, they would probably be turned into a beehive immediately. But Savage Leopard was at the Mystic the Arch rank. Layers of dense elemental defense surrounded him, isolating the deathly aura. It was just that the deathly aura was even more terrifying than his dark attribute. It actually devoured his dark attribute energy and entangled around him non-stop. Savage Leopard roared and used his world power to deduce. Only then did he stop the deathly aura from spreading. Just as he revealed a look of disdain and flew forward, there was another movement in those small black holes. Buzz buzz. Ear-piercing sounds resounded throughout this basement. Not only Savage Leopard, even the others had a bad premonition. In the blink of an eye, countless black dots flew out from the small holes. The passageway was instantly filled with little black dots, causing people's scalps to go numb. Xianxiao's body shivered as he exclaimed, These are demonic spirit puppets, man-devouring bees. There are too many of them. Those man-devouring bees surrounded Savage Leopard layer by layer. It was like a plague of bees, blocking the passageway. Furthermore, there were quite a number of them flying towards the few people at the entrance of the passageway. This time, Savage Leopard was in trouble. Although he had the world power to isolate the deathly aura, facing so many man-devouring bees, he had no choice but to immediately exterminate these man-devouring bees. His strength could instantly exterminate quite a number of man-devouring bees. However, these man-devouring bees were clearly much stronger than ordinary man-devouring bees. Those that were smashed to smithereens could actually fly over again. Savage Leopard was already surrounded by countless man-devouring bees. They were actually still able to launch attacks with a deathly aura. It wouldn't be long before Savage Leopard was unable to exterminate them, and he would die here first. Mad Tooth absolutely couldn't let Savage Leopard die here like this. His saint power was fully unleashed at this moment. 2 black palm prints slapped those man-devouring bees to death. Ling Xiao also began to use his heavenly fire to burn away the deathly aura emitted by the man-devouring bees, preventing others from being invaded. "Big brother, you hold them, I'll save you." Mad Tooth lightly stamped his feet. A terrifying force dispersed all the man-devouring bees. Savage Leopard was finally able to catch his breath. At this moment, Xianxia exclaimed, "This is only 2 fiends, there are still 5 fiends. Quickly come back." 7 stars, 7 fiends, 7 deadly strikes. Each one was more terrifying than the previous one. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, the 3rd deadly strike appeared. The ground under the passageway actually cracked open. A terrifying hissing sound came out, making people feel extremely cold and disgusted. Hiss! A terrifying black serpent came out from the crack. It bit towards Savage Leopard, who just got out of the encirclement. This black serpent was naturally a demon spirit puppet. However, this serpent wasn't an ordinary one. It was actually a serpent with the strength of a rank 7 mid-stage demon spirit. Right now, it only stretched out its head, but it basically filled the entire passageway. Savage Leopard was caught off guard and was swallowed by its bloody mouth. All of this happened too suddenly. It was simply impossible to defend against. "Bastard! I'll kill you!" Mad Tooth's old eyes widened. He loudly roared, and a few chains appeared from who knows where. These chains were the 10 millennia cold steel chains that Mad Tooth had sealed in the demon sealing array. Their toughness wasn't any less than a high-rank spirit artifact. These chains were like tentacles that could extend indefinitely, instantly binding the black serpent's neck. "Die for me!" Mad Tooth roared, his strength exploding out at this moment. Puh! That huge serpent's head was immediately broken by those 10 millennia cold steel chains. Countless deathly auras began to gush out. Savage Leopard was also thrown out heavily. Mad Tooth's eyes and hands were quick, and he pulled him over. At this moment, Mad Tooth didn't have the time to continue, so he brought Savage Leopard back to everyone's side. Savage Leopard's face was already filled with a deathly aura, and its life force was gradually weakening. "Young master, please save him." Mad Tooth knelt down on one knee towards Ling Xiao for help for the first time. He never had any respect for Ling Xiao, but Savage Leopard was his brother for thousands of years. He absolutely couldn't let Savage Leopard die. Therefore, he was willing to kneel before Ling Xiao, because he knew that Ling Xiao would definitely have a way to save him. Ling Xiao, of course, didn't want Savage Leopard to die like this. Therefore, he bent down, and his palms were filled with the energy of heavenly fire. He began to expel the deathly aura from Savage Leopard's body. However, doing this was still not enough. "Fraud, quickly use your light attribute energy to heal him." Ling Xiao exclaimed to Xianxia at the side. Xianxia didn't say anything, and immediately used his light attribute energy to illuminate Savage Leopard. Under the restraint of the 2 energies, Savage Leopard's deathly aura was finally suppressed, but its life force was still slowly fading, and the deathly aura wasn't completely expelled. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He took out a drop of 10 millennia tree sap and several top-grade blood crystals, and fed them to Savage Leopard. Chapter 733. The 10,000-year tree sap and the top-grade blood crystal were both top-grade spirit items that could recover one's vitality. After the Savage Leopard consumed it, the aura of death on his face was finally dispelled by more than half. He barely managed to sit up and used his own strength to dispel all of this energy. However, he discovered that the aura of death seemed to have seeped into his meridians and blood vessels, constantly wearing away at his life force, making it impossible for him to completely expel it. He could only temporarily suppress it. Mad Tooth asked anxiously, "Big brother, how is it?" The Savage Leopard said with a weak expression, "It's a little difficult. The aura of death has already entered my body, and my internal organs are not easy to remove. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long before it invades me again." "Young master, is there no other way?" Mad Tooth looked at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao was a little speechless and thought to himself, "You're a Saint Realm expert after all. If you can't do anything, what can I do?" He didn't mean to look down on Mad Tooth, but he felt that Mad Tooth was too concerned. This dense aura of death was something that even an alchemist like him was helpless against. Ling Xiao turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Fraud, You should have a way, right? Xianxia frowned and said, "This might be a little troublesome." Xianxia frowned and said, "This might be a bit troublesome. This death energy is too pure, and even with my light energy, it's impossible to completely expel it. My strength is still too low, and moreover, it's dark energy, which is compatible with the death energy. Unless I can set up a light purification formation, but this will have a huge impact on the savage leopard's cultivation. The light purification array could purify all the baleful aura and death aura. At the same time, it would also greatly weaken the savage leopard's dark attribute energy. Light subdued darkness. This was an eternal law. Everyone's expression turned solemn. They were all sighing that the savage leopard was too reckless. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "I have a way to try. Maybe the situation isn't that bad." Mad Tooth's expression lit up and he immediately said, "Young master, as long as you can save the savage leopard, my life is yours." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Me saving him has nothing to do with you. He is this young master's brother. I naturally won't let him die in vain." Ling Xiao didn't want to use this as a deal. Savage leopard had helped him a lot over the years. He would never give up if he could save it. This was Ling Xiao's character. He would not treat his subordinates as cannon fodder. As long as they were loyal to him, he would treat them sincerely. Ling Xiao placed his hand on the top of the savage leopard's head and lightly said, "Savage leopard, relax. No matter what I do, don't panic." Cruel Leopard used to be a hero of his generation. Naturally, he would not be afraid that Ling Xiao would harm him at this time. He nodded and said, "Come on, young master. My life is yours to begin with." Ling Xiao instructed Han Kai to first completely isolate the death aura in this space and not let it seep in. After doing all this, Ling Xiao also began to move. His arm actually carried a strong suction force, preparing to absorb the savage leopard's death aura. Xianxia, Han Kai, and Mad Tooth all trembled. Xianxia shouted, "Young master, don't be impulsive. You will lose more than you gain." Han Kai also said, "Kid, don't be impulsive." Although Ling Xiao had the heavenly fire to protect his body, if he absorbed the death aura, he would not be able to use the heavenly fire to completely expel it from his body. If that was the case, even if Ling Xiao saved the savage leopard, he would still die. Mad Tooth only clenched his fists. In his heart, his impression of Ling Xiao became even deeper. He thought to himself, "Ling Xiao, as long as you don't die, I, Mad Tooth, and Big Brother will swear allegiance to you." Mad Tooth was a sentimental person, and he was also a person with a strong sense of brotherhood. This could be seen from the way he treated the savage leopard. Now that Ling Xiao was risking his life to save the savage leopard, Mad Tooth was very touched. He finally began to look at Ling Xiao in a new light. The savage leopard could not remain calm. He shouted, "Young master, you can't do this." Ling Xiao pretended not to hear their words and continued to absorb the death aura from the savage leopard's body. The other three looked quite nervous and were sweating profusely. However, Ling Xiao had his own plans. He did not want to use the heavenly fire to extinguish the death aura, but to really absorb it. This was because after he entered, the innate Yin Wind Qi had some unusual movements. It was obvious that it was interested in the death aura. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to take the risk and absorb the death aura. If the innate Yin Wind bead was not reliable, then he would die. In order to save the savage leopard, he could not care less. He also wanted to see if the death aura could become nourishment for the innate Yin Wind bead. After all, the innate Yin Wind bead had consumed too much energy in order to deal with the golden crack bead. If it could absorb the death aura to nourish it, it would be a great thing for Ling Xiao. When the death aura had just entered Ling Xiao's body, Ling Xiao's energy, which contained the heavenly fire, instantly wiped out the death aura. In this situation, Ling Xiao could not help but snicker. It seems that this young master really has an invulnerable body. It's difficult for this death aura to pose any threat to me. But this kind of innate Yin Wind bead can't absorb the power of the death aura. With this in mind, Ling Xiao stopped the circulation of his heavenly fire energy and tried his best to let the death aura enter his body. With the entry of the death aura, Ling Xiao's skin instantly turned pitch black, and his skin and flesh became somewhat dry. His life force was also constantly decreasing. Even if Ling Xiao were to circulate the ancient Emperor Divine technique, he might not be able to offset the power of the death aura, unless he could reach the 7th transformation and achieve a supreme divine body. The 3 people beside him were extremely nervous. They all clenched their hands tightly, as if they wanted to separate Ling Xiao at any time. As for the savage leopard, he was extremely moved. It's worth it to follow such a master. When the savage leopard's death aura entered Ling Xiao's body, the innate Yin wind bead in his sea of consciousness could no longer hold it in. Streams of innate Yin wind qi rushed out and swept away all the death aura. Ling Xiao's black skin once again became bright and clean, and his life force once again recovered, as if he had never been stained with any death aura before. The innate Yin wind bead in his sea of consciousness once again sent out a signal. It was like a hungry child that needed more food. Ling Xiao smiled calmly. He knew that the death aura could indeed be absorbed by the innate Yin wind qi. Presumably, the death aura also belonged to the category of evil qi. If he could absorb all the death aura here, the innate Yin wind bead would be able to recover its energy and even reach a higher level. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was very happy. Young master, are you done? The savage leopard, who was below Ling Xiao, looked much better. He obviously did not feel his life force disappearing. Ling Xiao came back to his senses. He withdrew his hand and said, You should be fine now." Then, he took out a few medicinal pills for the savage leopard to consume. This time, the savage leopard finally recovered a bit, allowing him to run back from the gates of hell. "Thank you, young master." The savage leopard knelt down on one knee towards Ling Xiao and said sincerely. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Quickly get up, it's good that you're fine." Then he looked at the others and said, "All of you step back. This death aura is temporarily useful to me." The others were all stunned. They all looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. Could it be that this death aura could be absorbed? "Young master, you should pay attention," Xianxia said from the side. Han Kai also said, "That's right, even my sacred body can't handle this death aura. It's better not to act recklessly." Ling Xiao replied, "You don't have to worry. They might be harmful to you, but to me, they are a great tonic." At the same time, he licked his lips, as if he had seen a top-grade delicacy and wanted to eat it immediately. Seeing that Ling Xiao insisted, the few of them no longer stopped him. They retreated, and Han Kai also withdrew his spatial energy. Ling Xiao took a step forward, allowing the overflowing death aura from the passageway to attack him. To others, this power was terrifying, but to Ling Xiao, it was not enough. He opened his mouth and a powerful suction force appeared. So. The death aura was pulled in, and pure energy continuously surged over. In just a moment, it wrapped Ling Xiao into a large cocoon. So much death aura. Will young master be able to take it? The savage leopard said worriedly. Mad Tooth also said from the side, "I don't know. Even I don't have the confidence to let it invade my body. This death aura is the purest form of death energy." Xianxia muttered, "Young master must have a sense of propriety. He definitely won't act recklessly. Moreover, he still has the protection of the heavenly fire, so he'll definitely be fine." Han Kai, who was at the side, did not say anything. He only stared at the black cocoon. Not long after, the black cocoon of death aura started to spin non-stop. Like a tidal wave, it surged into Ling Xiao's body. What the hell is going on? Young master can really absorb death aura. The savage leopard said. Then he seemed to see something. He thought to himself, could it be that bead? The savage leopard had stayed in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea before, so he knew that Ling Xiao not only had the demon fire bead, but also another gray bead. This time, he was finally completely relieved. Ling Xiao stood there and absorbed for 7 days and 7 nights before he finished absorbing all the death aura in the basement. When all the death aura disappeared, Ling Xiao revealed a satisfied smile and muttered, "I absorbed enough at once. When it was completely digested, I would be able to go one step further." As he spoke, a layer of black mist appeared on Ling Xiao's palm. The other 4 were startled. Han Kai couldn't help but exclaim, "Brat, you refined the death aura?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Hee, I was just lucky." Of course, this death aura was not refined by him, but by the innate Yin wind bead. He could only use this death aura. This time, the power of his innate Yin wind baleful qi would become even more terrifying. Not only could it corrode and kill, It also had the most difficult death aura in the world. If he wanted to kill someone and didn't want that person to die immediately, this death aura was undoubtedly the best slow poison. Just thinking about this kind of death was terrifying. Chapter 734. After Ling Xiao refined the death energy, the other four didn't dare to get too close to Ling Xiao. They were afraid that Ling Xiao's death energy would contaminate them. They didn't have Ling Xiao's abnormal ability to control the death energy. They all cursed in their hearts. Young master is really too abnormal. Ling Xiao returned to the main topic and said, "All right, let's find a way to break through this 7-star 7-fiend formation." This time, Hon Kai stepped forward and said, "Let this old man lead the way." His strength was already unrivaled in the Central Territory, so he didn't believe that this formation could stump him. The others didn't have any objections, and Savage Leopard didn't dare to show off anymore. He still had lingering fears from what happened earlier. There was still the 4-fiend gate, but with Hon Kai leading the way, nothing would be a problem. His strength as a high-level saint wasn't something to be trifled with. If he was going to this passage alone, he wouldn't need to go through the passage slowly. He could just teleport to the other side. The reason he destroyed the formation was so that Ling Xiao and the others could come over safely. Xianxia sighed and said, "Fortunately, Elder Han is here. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to go inside. The person who built this formation is really scheming." Ling Xiao also nodded in agreement. He really hadn't expected that he would be able to swindle a high-level saint on this trip to the medicine capital. This gave him even more confidence to propose his own hegemony. After passing through the passage, a large number of demon puppets appeared. These puppets were clearly much stronger than the ones outside. However, they still couldn't stop Ling Xiao and the others from moving forward. Along the way, Ling Xiao had already obtained a lot of good things, including some spirit tools, Shen skills, and rare and precious materials. These things undoubtedly gave Ling Xiao more confidence. They would be of great use when recruiting troops in the future. Ling Xiao had a proud expression as he muttered, "I've struck it rich. I didn't expect that there would be such treasures hidden under this hell city. It's just right for this young master." He had always adhered to the principle that he would be a bastard if he did not take advantage of the situation. He didn't want to be a bastard, so he confiscated all the good stuff in the basement. Of course, before collecting, he would also let the others see if there was anything they needed. The others didn't stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao. They took some of the items that were suitable for them, but most of them went to Ling Xiao. They had already walked for quite a while, and they were finally about to reach the secret room at the end. This secret room was presumably the true location of the mausoleum, and also the location of the demon child formation. Before they even got close to the entrance, a large amount of death qi had already seeped out, which gave Ling Xiao a lot of nourishment. After the death qi was sucked dry, everyone carefully walked inside. After all, at this juncture, it was impossible for there to be no ferocious creatures guarding them. There's also a deathly aura restriction. Wait for me to break it first. Hon Kai said and punched the door of the secret room. However, the deathly aura restriction this time was much stronger than the one he had encountered before. Hon Kai had to punch it a few times before he was able to disperse it. After the restriction was broken, there was no longer any deathly aura coming out from inside, which made everyone feel very strange. At this time, Xianxia said, "We've already passed through quite a few formation obstructions. There shouldn't be any obstructions in this formation core." After saying that, he took the lead and stepped into the last secret room. The others followed suit and walked in as well. As soon as they walked in, everyone gasped in shock. They looked at the scene in the spacious secret room and were all incomparably shocked. This was indeed a mausoleum. In the middle of it was a very small coffin. It seemed to be only half the size of a normal coffin, but it looked very strange and noble. This was because it was made of 10,000-year-old jade, and the color of the glass emitted waves of emerald green and demonic colors. This small coffin actually emitted a strong life force, completely different from the layers of deathly aura outside. Besides this small coffin, there were numerous grade 8 beast cores revolving around it, and numerous extremely profound formation markings even filled the secret room. There were formation markings that were visible, and there were also hidden markings that couldn't be seen. All of them were densely packed like a spiderweb, and it caused one to feel extremely shocked. These spirit array patterns were clearly centered around the coffin, and many of them led to the top of the secret room, sticking closely to the top, as if they were connected to something. Apart from that, there were also some strange images of ferocious beasts carved on the surrounding walls. There were also many skeletons stuck to the walls, as if they had been buried with the owner of the coffin. It seemed extremely strange, sinister, and terrifying. Damn, what kind of mausoleum is this? It's so scary. Ling Xiao could be considered someone who had seen this scene before, and he couldn't help but shout in shock. This should be the core of the demon child array. These dead people should be buried here. I'm afraid there are at least a few thousand of them. How extravagant! Han Kai exclaimed softly. Savage Leopard and Mad Tooth, on the other hand, had always been cruel and ruthless, so they didn't have any reaction to this kind of evil place. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a peerless ominous array, it can actually combine all kinds of bright and dark spirit array patterns so tightly, and it can even cleanly refine all the life essence it absorbs while excluding the deathly aura. Inside this coffin is definitely the demon child's heart. What's a demon child's heart? Could it be a monster human's heart? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Of course not. The Ghost Mother Demon Child Array is one of the peerless ominous arrays. In addition to its great damage, it also has another function, which is to provide the Mother Array with an endless supply of vitality. This vitality is transmitted through the demon child's heart and the body of the Ghost Mother. This demon child's heart is actually the source of all the life essence absorbed by the spirit array, and the deathly aura should be filtered and accumulated by the spirit array, Xianxia explained. That's right, the life essence in this coffin is a sacred object of the living. Even this old master is tempted to see it. Han Kai seemed to have some understanding of the Ghost Mother Demon Child Array, so he immediately echoed. Such a powerful thing. My goodness, isn't the Ghost Mother Array reaping a lot of benefits? It really is a spirit array that harms others to benefit themselves. Ling Xiao said in surprise. How could Ling Xiao not be tempted by something that could even tempt saints? Wait for this old master to personally take it. Han Kai's old eyes emitted a strong sense of greed. He had already lived for too many years, and his lifespan was actually not long. If he could obtain this life essence and readjust his own life force, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. He might even have the chance to take a step forward and not just seek the Tao. However, just as he was about to make a move, Xianxia stopped him and said, Elder Han, don't be impulsive. If you forcefully break it, even you won't be able to withstand the attacks of these formations. Moreover, it might even destroy the demon child's heart. Hearing Xianxia's words, Han Kai immediately stopped. He asked, Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch? Xianxia shook his head and said, Of course not. I want to see if I can break this formation. Xianxia's understanding of formations was greater than anyone else's. He also wanted to challenge the power of this peerless ominous formation. This would be of great help to his understanding of formations. Fraud, can you do it? Ling Xiao asked. Xianxia also very honestly said, No. No, you still want to show off? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. It's fine. Even if I can't break it completely, it won't be too powerful in the end. At that time, I can forcefully break it. Xianxia waved his hand. Seeing that he was so insistent, no one said anything else. All of you step back a bit, Xianxia said as a strange blade appeared in his hand. Han Kai, who was experienced and knowledgeable, muttered to himself, Formation pattern cutting blade. It seems like its grade isn't low. Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything else. He was about to walk forward. Fraud, don't be in such a hurry. This is for you. Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something and called out to Xianxia. A set of silver-white armor appeared in his hand. This armor's grade was not low. It belonged to the category of half-saint artifacts. It was something that Ling Xiao had obtained from the chaotic war abyss. Ling Xiao didn't want Xianxia to die here. With this half-saint grade armor, it would be safer. Xianxia had never been polite with Ling Xiao. He took the armor and put it on. Then, he carefully walked up to the spirit array. In order to break a spirit array, one had to destroy the formation core. However, this peerless spirit array was somewhat different from ordinary spirit arrays. Its formation core was located inside the spirit array, making it difficult for others to approach and destroy it. Thus, one could only use another method to break the spirit array, which was to destroy the spirit array from the outside. However, this method was much more dangerous. If one made a mistake, the spirit array would be thrown into disorder. If that happened, the person who tried to break the spirit array would definitely die. Xianxia first calmed his mind. After a long while, the formation pattern cutting blade in his hand began to descend. His casual slash actually seemed to have reached the realm of Saberman unity, which made everyone's eyes light up. The few dark lines in front of him instantly disappeared along with his saber. Following that, Xianxiao's movements actually began to speed up. Each slash seemed chaotic, but it also had an indescribable charm to it. Everyone couldn't help but be entranced. This kid actually used the saber to enter the spirit array. He really is a promising talent. No wonder he's the only successor of the profound secret sect. His ability is much stronger than the previous generation's Tianjizi. Old Han couldn't help but praise. His formation realm is already very high. As long as his strength increases, this spirit array won't be a problem for him. But now it seems he's still a bit lacking. Mad Tooth also sighed. Savage Leopard said, a few thousand years ago, that generation's Tianjizi was only a mid-stage mystic emperor. Now that the military advisor is a mid-stage Empyrean and has followed the young master, it won't be difficult for him to go further. Ling Xiao just stared at Xianxiao's figure. He thought to himself, this swindler does have some ability. He doesn't just know how to trick people. Chapter 735. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Xianxiao had already broken through countless formation patterns. He had already shown signs of exhaustion several times, and had no choice but to take medicinal pills to recover his strength before breaking through the formation again. In just 3 short days, his mental state was indeed much worse than before. His face was covered in sweat, and his complexion had become incomparably pale. Moreover, his speed had become much slower. Sometimes, he would hesitate for a long time before making another slash, afraid that he would mess up the formation. As expected of a peerless vicious formation. It's too complicated. My ability is still not enough. Xianxiao wiped off his sweat and thought to himself. The people at the back were also extremely nervous, because they saw that Xianxiao was getting closer and closer to the beast cores. As long as the beast cores were successfully taken out, the formation would collapse on its own, and the people in Hell City would no longer be attacked by the deathly aura. Xianxiao looked at the few remaining formations and stopped what he was doing. These formations not only had a combination of bright lines and dark lines, but there were also some that were a combination of false and real lines. If he was not careful, it would be easy to make a mistake, and that would be troublesome. Although Xianxiao had the help of the Heaven's Eye, he had already used up too much of his eyesight and was showing signs of not being able to hold on any longer. Looking at the formation patterns in front of him, he continued to hesitate. In the end, he let out a heavy sigh and slowly retreated. I can't do it anymore. Those formation patterns are too profound. With my current ability, I can't lure them away and destroy them. I can't do anything about the rest. Xianxiao was not a reckless person. He knew that he had to act according to his abilities, and he would not joke around with his life. Leave the rest to me. After breaking through so many formation patterns, I don't think the power will be too great. Honkai said. Xianxiao waved his hand and said, I'm afraid it won't be easy. This is the core of the formation. Once it is attacked, I'm afraid this place will be completely destroyed. Even the city above will suffer. Are we just going to let it go like this? Honkai said with some dissatisfaction. Xianxiao fell silent. If he did not destroy the formation, then Hell City would still be in danger, which would be equivalent to doing useless work. However, if he forcefully destroyed it, then the entire city would be destroyed. If we can't remove those beast cores through the runes, this formation will be finished. Xianxiao murmured. When everyone heard his words, they pretended not to hear him. After all, it was too unrealistic to think that they could obtain the beast core without going through the formation. After all, even if they had telekinesis methods, they would still come into contact with the formation runes. Just as everyone was feeling vexed, Ling Xiao said, Can't we set up another array formation to minimize the impact when we destroy this place? Formations had all sorts of mysterious and profound mysteries, such as trapping formations, offensive formations, defensive formations. Ling Xiao suggested that if he could set up another formation to lock down the entire place, even if he were to forcefully take it, the repercussions would not be too great. When Xianxia heard Ling Xiao's words, his eyes suddenly lit up and he exclaimed, "That's right. Why didn't I think of this method? Young master, your suggestion is really great." Ling Xiao flicked his bangs and made an extremely cool expression. However, when he saw that everyone present was a man, he immediately lost the mood to act cool. After Xianxia rested for a while, he began to fiddle with the formation. He planned to do as Ling Xiao said and minimize the damage here. This was something he could do. Ling Xiao ignored him and carefully examined the beast cores that surrounded the small coffin in front of him. He was thinking about whether or not there was a way to remove the beast cores without passing through the formation runes, just like what Xianxia had said. After staring at it for a long time, his eyes lit up and he muttered, "Fraud, do you think that if we can move the beast cores slightly, this formation can be broken?" Xianxia stopped and said, "Young master, don't be rash. If you can move the beast cores, you will definitely touch the formation runes. You will definitely suffer." "What if I don't touch the formation runes?" Ling Xiao said again. "That's impossible. If I can do that, then this formation will definitely be broken safely." Xianxia replied. "All right, then I might be able to give it a try." Ling Xiao replied, showing a look of excitement. "Hey, young master, what are you thinking? You can't act recklessly." Xianxia said nervously. "Don't worry, it's fine. If you're worried, it's better if you set up that formation for me. If it explodes, there's still one more, and the damage won't be that great." Ling Xiao said. He wasn't sure if his method would succeed 100% of the time, so he might as well make sure he was fully prepared. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything else. He once again set up the formation. After the formation was set up, Xianxia said seriously, "Young master, don't be rash. If you really can't do it, then let Elder Han do it." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I think there shouldn't be a problem. Elder Han and Mad Tooth, pay attention from the side. If it doesn't work, you guys can seal this place. At that time, this formation won't be able to cause any trouble." The few of them looked at each other and chose to listen to Ling Xiao's words. After all, Ling Xiao had given them too many surprises. It was as if nothing was too difficult for him. Xianxia and the savage leopard left the secret room. Their strength was no longer of much use if they stayed. Ling Xiao also began to make his move on the beast cores. In terms of strength, he was naturally inferior to Mad Tooth and Elder Han, but in terms of methods, he was inexhaustible. To move the beast cores in the card slots without touching the formation runes and stopping the operation of the formation, Ling Xiao only had one way, and that was to rely on the invisible and traceless spiritual energy. Spiritual energy could pass through all tangible objects and make any kind of attack. Naturally, it could also pass through these formation runes and enter the formation core to move the beast cores. Ling Xiao carefully controlled his spiritual energy. He didn't dare to make too much of a commotion, and only condensed it into the size of an invisible human hand. When the spiritual energy hand slowly permeated the formation runes, a few drops of sweat appeared on Ling Xiao's forehead. He was afraid that the formation would suddenly explode, and at that time, he wouldn't be able to withstand the devastation of this high-level formation. Fortunately, the spiritual energy ignored the formation runes in the end and entered the core of the formation, grabbing one of the beast cores. His mental power firmly wrapped around the beast core, and then he moved it out of the card slot. When the first beast core was moved out, Mad Tooth and Han Kai were both overjoyed. At the same time, the way they looked at Ling Xiao changed. Following the movement of the beast core, the formation runes clearly shook, and many of them actually started to weaken. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, and he began to grab another beast core. After continuously moving the beast cores out, the formation runes finally started to gradually disappear, and the small coffin in the middle also started to tremble, as if it was resisting something. "Just 2 more and this formation will be finished," Ling Xiao thought to himself proudly. However, at this moment, a powerful aura descended from the sky, causing the entire secret room to shake all of a sudden. A shrill and frightening voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell rang out. Who dares to destroy my formation? You're really courting death." As the voice faded, a terrifying giant palm suddenly appeared in the secret room, grabbing towards Ling Xiao and the other two. The long fingernails carried an incomparably ferocious energy. "Kid, be careful." Han Kai saw this coming and cried out in alarm. With a powerful suction force, he pulled Ling Xiao back, and at the same time, he sent out another palm to meet the phantom claw. Boom! A powerful gust of wind exploded in the secret room, causing it to shake non-stop, as if it was about to collapse. When Ling Xiao came back to his senses, he saw that Han Kai had actually been knocked back by his opponent and smashed into the rock wall, blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Not bad. No wonder you can come here and destroy my formation. However, all of you can go to hell." Another voice sounded, and the phantom claw grabbed over again. Mad Tooth attacked from the side, and his 10 millennial frigid iron chains turned into a series of whip shadows that smashed against the phantom claw. However, the void claw didn't seem to have suffered much damage. It grabbed Mad Tooth like an eagle was grabbing a chick. A saint was actually so weak. Mad Tooth was grabbed by the phantom claw, and it felt as if he was being crushed by a dozen mountains, making it impossible for him to breathe. It was as if he would be crushed by the phantom claw if the other party exerted more force. Just as he was struggling, Han Kai attacked again. This time, he did not hold back, and he sent out a fierce palm of fire at the phantom claw, slapping it down. Mad Tooth took the opportunity to escape. "Damn it! I'm going to kill all of you." The voice sounded again, and this time, 2 phantom claws descended at the same time, grabbing towards Han Kai and Mad Tooth with unparalleled energy. Ling Xiao was shocked by the sudden appearance of the phantom claws. He never thought that there would be such a capable person who could attack through the void. This was definitely above the strength of the Holy Emperor. He could not help but wonder, are there still existences at the level of the Holy Emperor in the Central Territory? He had heard from his master, the Demonic Emperor, that once one reached the level of the Holy Emperor, they would have to go to the Heaven Territory, because once they reached that level, the world energy and various resources in the Central Territory would no longer be enough for them to make a breakthrough. However, how could he not be shocked that such a level of existence had appeared in front of him? However, he quickly came back to his senses, because Han Kai and Mad Tooth's situation was not good. Han Kai was a high-level saint, so he could still handle it, but Mad Tooth could not. He was afraid that he would not be able to withstand the 2 phantom claws soon. "Damn it, it's just a phantom attack. I don't believe you can overturn the heavens." Ling Xiao cursed. He had thought of a way to destroy these 2 phantom claws. He yelled at Han Kai and Mad Tooth, "Old Han, Mad Tooth, pay attention, I'm going to destroy the spirit array." As soon as he said this, his fists blasted out powerful energy, smashing into the remaining traces that had yet to be eliminated. Boom! Chapter 736. The remaining array patterns were maintained by the 2 array cores. Although the energy was many times weaker than before, its power was still extremely terrifying. After all, the energy of 2 stage 8 beast cores was not a joke. In this secret room, powerful energy continued to explode, causing everyone's ears to ring. Rocks kept falling from the surrounding rock walls. Seeing that the secret room was about to collapse, the array patterns arranged by Xianxia finally began to take effect. The array patterns formed a bridge that blocked the falling rocks and compressed the surrounding space, causing the majority of the power of the explosion to be suppressed, allowing the scope of the destruction to be concentrated within the secret room. The ones who suffered were the Ling Xiao trio and the pair of void claws. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly, and after an unknown period of time, it gradually subsided. Fortunately, the secret underground room did not collapse, and Xianxia, who was outside the secret room, was already bleeding from his 7 orifices. His appearance was extremely terrifying, and if he had not broken through to the middle stage Empyrean stage, he would have died at this moment. The savage leopard situation was much better, but his mind was also in chaos from the shock. The 2 of them took the pills and immediately meditated to calm their injuries. After a long while, Savage Leopard bounced up from the ground and rushed into the secret room. Xianxia shook his head, regained his senses, and also rushed in. Inside the secret room, a large amount of smoke and white foam flew everywhere, making it difficult for people to see clearly. A cold voice echoed. "Good. You actually dared to destroy my child array. I have remembered your auras. One day, I will suck all of your life essence dry and die." The voice gradually faded away and finally calmed down. Without the support of the array, The mysterious powerhouse was unable to make a move. In the secret room, Han Kai was the strongest, and his injuries were the lightest. As for Mad Tooth, he was in a much more miserable state. He had smashed into the rock wall, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The protective force in front of him had cracked, and his clothes were in tatters. Young master. The savage leopard searched for Ling Xiao's figure, only to see him lying not far away. The muscles all over his body were festering, almost to the point that the golden bones inside could be seen. There was also a large amount of golden blood flowing non-stop. It was a ghastly sight. Just as Savage Leopard was about to help Ling Xiao up, he heard Ling Xiao's weak voice. Don't touch me. At this time, the others also came to Ling Xiao's side. Looking at the injuries all over his body, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Such a tragic injury, even a profound emperor stage powerhouse would die, yet Ling Xiao was still alive. It had to be said that they had witnessed a miracle. Ling Xiao's fleshly body was comparable to an ordinary sacred tool. He was immune to ordinary attacks. It was just that he was the closest to the core of the array formation, so he suffered the most damage. That was why he was in such a miserable state now. Feed young master the elixir immediately, Mad Tooth said anxiously. He was now gradually becoming loyal to Ling Xiao, so he naturally had to think about Ling Xiao's safety. Don't worry. Young master might have a way to recover. Savage Leopard waved his hand lightly. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, rays of golden light began to spread out. Swish! Balls of golden light began to fill the secret room, dazzling everyone's eyes. At the same time, a mighty golden dragon shadow appeared above everyone, and the might of the Dragon Emperor was fully displayed. Could it be the long-lost ancient Emperor divine art of the Kim people's dynasty? Han Kai's old eyes bloomed with a brilliant look as he muttered. Savage Leopard nodded lightly and said, Old Han has good taste. This is indeed the ancient Emperor divine art. I really did not expect young master to have cultivated it to such a stage. It is really incredible. The legendary god-tier cultivation technique? Mad Tooth said in shock. At this time, the flesh on Ling Xin's body was growing new flesh at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the wounds were gradually healing. When the four people saw this scene, they all widened their eyes and mouths, revealing expressions of disbelief. It was one thing for the wounds to heal themselves, but it was also able to continuously grow new flesh. Moreover, the speed was so fast that it was impossible to express the shock in their hearts with words. In just half a day, Ling Xiao's muscles had all recovered to their original state. That strong body that was as smooth as gold did not show any signs of being injured. Ling Xiao crawled up from the ground. His face was still incomparably pale. He took out the top-quality blood crystal, shattered it, and absorbed a large amount of blood energy. At this time, his condition seemed to have improved a bit. Damn, I almost died. I'll never play this dangerous game again. Ling Xiao finally let out a belated cry of pain. Everyone was speechless. Xianxia stepped forward and asked, Young master, I said that you have the life of a cockroach. You definitely won't die so easily. Ling Xiao patted Xianxia's shoulder and shouted, Haha, fraud, you're right. This young master definitely won't die so easily. But it's definitely not the life of a cockroach. It's the life of a true dragon and a son of heaven. Do you understand? Although Ling Xiao's words were a bit narcissistic, everyone had just seen the extraordinary golden dragon with their own eyes, so they didn't doubt that Ling Xiao's words were boasting. Oh right, is that small coffin still there? Please don't break it. Please don't break it. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the life essence and immediately cried out in alarm. He then turned around to look for the small coffin. The small coffin made from 10,000-year-old jade was not damaged. It was only blown to a corner and was covered by a lot of stone fragments. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He cleaned up the stone fragments on the jade coffin and saw a baby's face carved on the jade coffin. This baby's face had a strange smile on it, and there were 2 sharp horns on its head. It also had sharp teeth in its mouth, making it look like a little demon, giving off a sinister and bloodthirsty feeling. Ling Xiao looked at the little demon's face and found that it was still moving. 2 beams of energy shot out from its eyes. Young master, be careful. Han Kai saw the opportunity and waved his hand, sending Ling Xiao flying to the side. Boom! The two beams of energy actually pierced through two holes in the ceiling, causing a lot of stones to fall down once again. Damn, what the hell is going on? Ling Xiao jumped up from the ground and exclaimed. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The coffin lid also has an array pattern. The person who set up this array really put in a lot of effort. So strange, wait for this young master to smash it open," Ling Xiao said as if he was going to destroy the small coffin. Xianxia stopped him and said, "Don't, this small coffin can't be opened directly. Otherwise, the life essence and the demon's heart will definitely be destroyed." Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately stopped moving. "Then what should we do?" Ling Xiao said somewhat impatiently. From the moment he entered the basement, he had experienced so many dangers, but in the end, he still couldn't open it. He was about to go crazy. "Young master, first put it away, then go out and announce the news. When the time comes, I will set up a formation to prevent the life essence from leaking out. That way, we won't be able to keep it," Xianxia said. Ling Xiao didn't have any objections, so he waved his hand and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. However, I want to know what the life essence and the demon's heart are for." Xianxia said, "The life essence is formed by the demon formation absorbing the life force of many living beings. It can be said to be a peerless treasure that can restore life force. Anyone who is on the verge of death, as long as they absorb a mouthful of it, even a peerless saint-level expert can increase their lifespan by more than 100 years. Just like the life essence in this small coffin, who knows how many lives it can save, so it can be said that this life essence is comparable to a Tier 8 treasure. The demon's heart is even more amazing. Whether it is a commoner or a martial artist of any rank, if they can consume it, their lifespan will increase by 1,000 years. Moreover, it can remove all the impurities in their body, and it can bring them back to life, change their cultivation physique, and even rejuvenate their youth. In short, there are many benefits. Even a saint or a holy emperor would covet it." Xianxia explained everything in one breath, causing Ling Xiao's eyes to emit a greedy light. "I'm rich. I'm rich. It was really worth it to be blown half to death this time." Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and muttered. From the look in his eyes, it seemed like he couldn't wait to immediately devour the life essence and the demon's heart. However, he still suppressed his impulse and put away the small coffin. "All right, what was that sound I heard before?" Savage Leopard asked Mad Tooth doubtfully. Mad Tooth said with a trembling voice, "It should be the owner of this formation, a super terrifying enemy. I almost died at his hands." As soon as Mad Tooth said this, Savage Leopard and Xianyao's expressions became especially ugly. Han Kai said from the side, "There's no need to worry. That person can only rely on the formation to attack us from afar. He should be very far away from us, so he shouldn't be coming to attack us." His words were obviously a little lacking in confidence, but in fact, he was also very uncertain in his heart. If such a powerhouse really came, even he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the other party. That person's terrifying strength made him feel uncertain. It had been a long time since he had left the medicine capital. He had always felt that he had no opponents in the central region, but he never thought that he would encounter an enemy of this level the moment he came out with Ling Xiao. This made him feel that he had been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Maybe I still have a chance to level up. Han Kai looked at Ling Xiao, who was emitting a strong imperial might, and thought to himself. Hundreds of millions of miles away from Hell City, at the border between the central region and the Heaven Realm, in a hidden cave. This place was filled with spider web-like runes, and each of them contained an unfathomable and profound power. If anyone dared to approach, they would immediately be ground into mincemeat by these runes. A figure with disheveled hair was in the middle of the runes. She roared unwillingly, "Damned little bastard, you actually dared to destroy one of my child arrays. I hope I don't see you passing by, otherwise, you will all die. I will make your souls scatter and never be able to reincarnate." Chapter 737. The mystery of Hell City's death had been solved. This news spread throughout Hell City like a plague, and it also spread to every corner of the Death Mountain range. "Have you heard that the mystery of death in Hell City for 10,000 years has been uncovered by the new city lord, Ling Xiao, and solved it? I also heard that it was because of the invasion of the Death Aura that no one dared to stay there for too long. Otherwise, they would be haunted by the death aura and die. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. No one knew about this situation all along. How did this Ling Xiao do it? Oh right, he actually dared to appear with such great fanfare. Isn't he afraid that the Gu family will come knocking on his door? No matter what, we can settle down in Hell City in peace from now on. We don't have to run around all the time. I just don't know what that Ling Xiao wants to do by occupying Hell City. Could it be that he really plans to dominate this place? I'm afraid it's a little too young. It had already been 7 days since Ling Xiao and the rest came out of the basement. In these 7 days, the number of people walking around in Hell City had obviously increased a lot. However, most of the people were still mercenaries and rogue cultivators. Ordinary merchants were rarely seen. They were definitely not satisfied with the news that had come out of Hell City. Furthermore, the transmission array of Hell City had been abandoned for many years, so it was not convenient to travel here for the time being. Therefore, the news did not spread too far. In the city lord's mansion of Hell City, Ling Xiao and his trusted aides were gathered in the courtyard behind the main hall. This time was the day they were preparing to open the small coffin. After a series of arrangements, Xianxia had already set up a formation to prevent the coffin's life essence and the demon child's heart's energy from leaking out. When everything was in order, Xianxia said, "Young master, you can open the coffin now. You have to be careful. Don't destroy them." Ling Xiao laughed excitedly. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." As he spoke, a golden dragon spear appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it towards the crack under the coffin lid. Swish! When the coffin cracked open a little, a pure white light instantly filled the space. A rich life force spread out, causing everyone within a few meters to feel refreshed both physically and mentally. They all felt that their skin was actually breathing greedily on its own. They all wanted to devour the life force that was being emitted. All of them could clearly feel that their life force was increasing, especially Han Kai and Mad Tooth. The two of them were absorbing the energy the fastest, and their eyes were filled with excitement. What a dense life energy! Just this energy alone is enough to extend our lifespans by over a decade. This is definitely a top-grade life energy. I wonder how many people's life energy has been collected here. Xianxia could not help but exclaim. Everyone nodded in unison. They all agreed with what Xianxia had said. One had to know that it was only a crack. What if it was completely opened? They didn't dare imagine what it would be like. Ling Xiao licked his lips. With a slight shake of his hand, the lid of the coffin flew up in an instant. However, when the coffin flipped over, there was no sign of life at all. Everyone had a look of astonishment on their faces. Yi Yunfeng could not help but exclaim, "Is there nothing inside?" "No. How is that possible?" Ling Xiao said with a look of disbelief. He wanted to pounce forward, but he did not want to be attacked, so he could only stay where he was. Han Kai, on the other hand, was the first to rush to the small coffin. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared in his old eyes. What is this?" His words immediately made everyone surround it. Only Ling Xiao did not move. Xianxia let out a joyful cheer. "Young master, come over quickly. It's all here. Everything is here. This is great. It has condensed qi into liquid. What a top grade. It's a 1 in a million top grade. I wonder how much life force it has accumulated." As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, Ling Xiao's figure was already in front of the small coffin with a whoosh. He stared at the thing inside the small coffin with his eyes wide open. His pupils exuded a strong sense of doubt and joy. Inside the small coffin, there was a pool of pure white liquid that was as calm as a mirror. This liquid was emitting a warm color, like a hot spring. It was dreamy, and people could not help but want to lean down and drink a few mouthfuls of it. In the middle of this pure white liquid, there was a heart-shaped, crystal-clear blood-colored object that was as red as bone. Needless to say, this blood-colored object was the demon heir's heart. It was actually beating gently like a human heart, causing the spring of life around it to ripple and spread out in circles. It was extremely magical. This is the demon heir's heart," Yi Yunfeng exclaimed. Xianxia nodded his head. "Yes, this is a mature demon heir's heart. Even the dead can be brought back to life. Even the dead can be brought back to life." Ling Xiao's eyes widened. He seemed to have thought of something. Yes, as long as the corpse hasn't decayed and the soul hasn't completely dissipated, the dead can be brought back to life. This is definitely a heaven-defying monster. Its existence is equivalent to having an extra life. Xianxia said confidently. Ling Xiao said, "It's mine." His tone was unprecedentedly firm, as if there was no room for negotiation. Han Kai wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. This demon heir's heart was something he greatly desired. With it, not only could he prolong his lifespan, he might even be able to take advantage of this opportunity to reach the next level. If it was someone else who wanted this thing, he would have snatched it by force. However, he had chosen to cooperate with Ling Xiao, and he was optimistic about Ling Xiao's future growth. If he turned against him now, he would be too heartless. Forget it, Ping Yi it is. I hope he doesn't disappoint my expectations. Han Kai sighed in his heart. Before Ling Xiao sealed the small coffin again, he filled a lot of small bottles with Spring of Life liquid and gave one to each person. This Spring of Life liquid should not be underestimated. It was even more precious than the 10,000-year stone emulsion that Ling Xiao had obtained before. It was comparable to an 8th-order healing pill. Not only could it improve one's physique, but it could also increase one's lifespan, allowing one to quickly recover from injuries. It could be considered a life-saving treasure. Ling Xiao had never kept these treasures for himself, but he couldn't give them all away either. In the future, more and more people would follow him, and these treasures would naturally be used in more and more places. Therefore, he needed to keep them and take them out in the future when he needed them. Ling Xiao put away the small coffin, his eyes shining with excitement. He muttered in his heart, "Meiying, you can really be resurrected now." That's right, the reason Ling Xiao wanted this demon child's heart was to have Luo Meiying consume it. As long as Luo Meiying was not resurrected, she would forever be a thorn in Ling Xiao's side. Right now, he could still continue to advance, but once he reached a higher realm, he would be unable to see through the heart and remove the devil's hindrance. Then, it would be very difficult for him to reach the peak of the martial warrior realm. Although he could also use Lu Wang's half of the undying heart, this demon child's heart was more suitable. This was because this way, Lu Wang would not suffer any injuries. After all, Lu Wang existed in his knowledge sea and could constantly maintain his undying state. As long as he was not beheaded, he could rely on Lu Wang and the ancient Emperor Divine Art to recover. It was best to keep this life-saving trump card intact. The group returned to the main hall. Ling Xiao sat at the head and said, "Now that the mystery of Hell City has been solved, what is the reaction of the outside world?" Yi Yunfeng stood up and replied, "Boss, the news has already spread, and when we broke the formation that day, many people knew about this fact. I believe that it won't be long before many people move in, but those who move in are all arrogant and unruly people. I'm afraid it will be difficult to manage." Ling Xiao nodded lightly, looked at Xianxia and said, "Fraud, what good plan do you have?" Now that it was the beginning of his career, Ling Xiao naturally had to seize this opportunity. Solving the mystery of Hell City's death was the first shot at his hegemony, and the real show was about to begin. Xianxia gently waved his white paper fan and said, "Now that the crisis has been resolved, I believe that young master's name will soon shake the central region. The first thing we need to do is to change the name of the city, then start recruiting city guards, rebuild the city, manage the city, and first restore the vitality of the city. Then we can plan step by step." Xianxiao's words were well received by everyone, and a look of approval appeared on their faces. Ling Xiao was puzzled. "You want to change the name of the city?" Xianxia nodded and said, "This Hell City was named after the name of death. Now that the threat of death has been resolved, there is no need to use this inauspicious name." Han Kai agreed from the side, "That's right, it's time to change the name of the city." "Then what kind of city should we name it?" Ling Xiao asked casually. He really hadn't thought about this question deeply. "It's better for young master to choose this name," Xianxia said. "That's right, young master should choose the name of the city," Mad Tooth agreed. The others naturally didn't have any objections. They were all trusted followers of Ling Xiao, and they all followed Ling Xiao's lead. Ling Xiao pondered for a long time before saying faintly, "Then, let's call it Wind Cloud City." Wind Cloud City? Everyone listened to the name in confusion. They all wanted to know what Ling Xiao meant by the name of the city. Xianxia pinched his fingers lightly, and his eyes shone with admiration as he said, "The wind comes from the clouds, the clouds turn into the wind and clouds rise, and the world is shaken. Good, good. This city has a good name, a good name. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia with disdain and said, "This fraud, it's just a city, and you dare to spout nonsense." "That's not what I meant." Ling Xiao's original intention was that he was a person who had transmigrated to another world and was reborn. He had brought along the wind and cloud cultivation method from his previous life, which allowed him to establish a foothold in the Xianling continent, which allowed him to achieve what he had today. That was why he chose this name, hoping that he would still be able to raise the winds and scudding the clouds. From now on, Wind Cloud City would gradually shock the central region, and in the future, it would become the largest city in the central region. Chapter 738. From today onwards, Hell City will be renamed Wind Cloud City. The city lord is the first emperor, the head of the Pill Alliance, and the 7th grade alchemist young master Ling Xiao. If you don't accept this, kill without mercy. The savage leopard's figure flashed above Hell City, and a powerful emperor-level pressure was released. His loud voice spread to every corner of the city. Everyone in the city felt the savage leopard's emperor-level pressure, and their minds became shocked and afraid. From today onwards, Hell City will be renamed Wind Cloud City. The city lord is the first emperor, the head of the Pill Alliance, and the 7th grade alchemist young master Ling Xiao. If you don't accept this, kill without mercy. Another loud voice sounded out, and the terrifying pressure was not inferior to the savage leopards, but the figure was a bit older. This old man was Lu Kun, who had already broken through to the emperor stage. Now, he had actually used a top-grade emperor pill to break through the bottleneck and become an emperor. Moreover, he had reached the peak of a low-level emperor and could break through to a mid-level emperor at any time. He had suppressed his cultivation at the half-emperor level for too long, and the power he had accumulated was not something an ordinary half-emperor could compare with. He only needed an opportunity to break through to the emperor stage, and Ling Xiao's top-grade emperor pill had undoubtedly helped him, allowing him to fly all the way and reach such a realm. He heaved a sigh of relief. Now that he had broken through to the next level, his lifespan had been greatly increased. Moreover, as long as he stayed by the young master's side, this level would not be his limit. As long as he worked hard for the young master, he might even become a saint in the future. The 2 emperor-level pressure enveloped Hell City, and the people in the city were all panicking. They were afraid that the 2 emperor-level experts would suddenly attack them. This is at least an emperor stage expert. How could there be such an expert by Ling Xiao's side? It seems that those who want to find trouble with him will have to think about it carefully. That's right. It said that Ling Xiao is the disciple of the demonic emperor, so his master must have arranged for a few helpers to be by his side. Otherwise, how could he have so brazenly appeared in the city and declared himself king? There's going to be a good show to watch. When the Gu family receives news that Ling Xiao is here, they'll definitely send people to surround and kill him. However, it's hard to say who will emerge victorious until the very end. Ling Xiao's manpower isn't bad, but compared to the Gu clan, I'm afraid it's still lacking. Moreover, this place is close to the territory of the Black Demon sect. So it's hard to say that the Black Demon sect won't start a war. In another bustling city far away, this place was known as the Ancient City. It was a city directly under the jurisdiction of the Gu clan, one of the 18 great factions. The Gu clan's people also lived here. Ever since the younger generation of the Gu clan had participated in the royal ranking tournament, the atmosphere here had been extremely different. The disciples of the Gu family often came and went in a hurry, as if they were busy preparing for something. With the announcement of the ancient killing order, everyone in the ancient city knew what was going on. It turned out that the Gu clan's sacred weapon, the Golden Dragon Spear, had been snatched away during the royal ranking tournament. Moreover, many of the Gu clan's disciples had been killed. Even the leader of the new generation, Gu Yufei, who was infinitely close to becoming an imperial killer, had lost his life at the hands of the enemy. The person who had snatched the Golden Dragon Spear and killed the Gu clan's disciples was astonishingly Ling Xiao, who had won the title of First Imperial King. When the ancient killing order was announced, the entire central region was shaken. There were countless people looking for Ling Xiao. After all, the Gu clan's reward was very high. It was enough to buy 8 or 10 of Ling Xiao's lives. However, the people from the Heavenly Assassins organization who had first discovered Ling Xiao tried to intercept Ling Xiao in the medicine capital. In the end, They were all killed by Ling Xiao. Later on, Ling Xiao disappeared in the medicine capital, and the news of Ling Xiao's disappearance was also cut off. Now that Ling Xiao had appeared in Hell City, and became the city lord of Hell City, this news had already reached the ears of the Gu clan's upper echelons. Inside the Gu clan's conference hall, many of the Gu clan's upper echelons were gathered together. The ancient killing order has already been issued for more than a year. Could it be that we still haven't taken that brat's head? A dignified middle-aged man sitting at the top said coldly. This person was the Gu clan's current patriarch, Gu En. He had the strength of a high-level Empyrean and was also Gu Yufei's grandfather. He had always been kind to Gu Yufei, but his grandson died before he could even grow up. It truly pained him to no end. He hated the fact that the murderer was still able to roam free and unfettered until now. An elder of the Gu family stood up and said, "Patriarch, we've received the latest news. Ling Xiao has appeared in Hell City. He's said to have taken over the city and become the lord of the city." Guan slammed the table heavily and said angrily, "Since you know where that little bastard is, why aren't you sending people over to capture him? I must tear that brat's corpse into 10,000 pieces." The elder continued, "When we were in the medicine capital, the Heavenly Slaughter Sect and the others discovered Ling Xiao's whereabouts and sent out 10 Empyreans, but they all returned empty-handed. Other than Ling Xiao himself being a mid-level Empyrean, there might be other experts by his side. This time, when we go to Hell City to kill this little thief, we must make sure that nothing goes wrong. We absolutely cannot let him escape." Another elder also said, "That's right. This Ling Xiao was able to seize the title of First Emperor and has the strength to suppress his peers. Moreover, he has also broken through to the mid-level Empyrean stage, so his strength cannot be underestimated. We must have a supreme elder in charge to ensure that nothing goes wrong." Guan narrowed his eyes and said, "Is it worth it to use a supreme elder to kill such a junior? Could it be that our Gu clan's people are all useless? No matter how powerful he is still just one person. 2 fists are no match for 4 palms. Just send more people over. If we still can't capture Ling Xiao, then our Gu clan will lose all face." The elders' expressions turned ugly. They also knew that Guan was right. Sending a supreme elder to capture a mere mid-level Empyrean was simply unjustifiable. Moreover, their Gu clan's complexion wasn't looking good either. Seeing that no one spoke, Guan added, "Increase the reward. Perhaps by the time our people arrive, Ling Xiao's head will already be cut off. As for the golden dragon spear, no matter what, we cannot allow it to fall into the hands of others. This time, let the Gu Ming lead a team to capture that little bastard. If he resists, kill him on the spot." A skinny old man walked out from a corner, bowed to Guan, and then left the hall. The elders of the Gu family looked at the skinny old man with obvious respect. Although the Gu Ming wasn't a supreme elder, his status was above them because he was a half-step emperor. Wouldn't it be easy for a half-step emperor to capture and kill a mid-level Empyrean? Before the Gu clan's people were ready to move, many forces had already set their eyes on Ling Xiao in the dark. When they received news of the Gu clan's increase in reward, they were all fired up and rushed to Windy Cloud City to kill Ling Xiao. They were also hoping to see if they would be lucky enough to obtain the Saint-grade golden dragon spear. After all, the allure of a Saint-grade weapon was much more enticing than the reward. Before the storm, Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to rebuild Windy Cloud City. There were many things to be done in Windy Cloud City. First of all, the buildings here were too shabby and simple. They needed to be rebuilt. However, Ling Xiao and the others naturally wouldn't do it themselves. They only surrounded the area around the city lord's mansion and rebuilt it. The rest would be left for others to slowly rebuild. However, every city needed a transmission array and auction, so they had to be built as soon as possible. With Xianxia, Old Han, and Mad Tooth's help, it was a piece of cake to build the transmission array. Once the transmission array was built, it would be much more convenient to enter and exit other cities. It would also make it easier for people from other places to come to Windy Cloud City. After the transmission array was built, Yi Yunfeng and Gu Jiaojiao immediately returned to the Gu clan to ask for help so that they could help Ling Xiao repair the auction and the buildings around the city lord's mansion. Ling Xiao had done the Gu clan a favor, so the Gu clan naturally wouldn't neglect it. They immediately sent a large number of people to Windy Cloud City to help Ling Xiao rebuild the city. The Gu clan also became Ling Xiao's first solid ally. They would also send a large number of pills and spirit herbs to support Ling Xiao's auction. Ling Xiao could feel the Gu clan's sincerity and naturally wouldn't reject them. In any case, he knew that one less enemy meant one more friend. Relying on external forces wasn't the right way. Ling Xiao and Xianxia discussed for a while and began to recruit servants, maids, guards, attendants, and other people. However, there were no commoners in Windy Cloud City, so it wasn't easy to find servants and maids. These people could only be recruited by Li Shui and her 2 disciples in a nearby city. As for guards and attendants, they could be recruited in Windy Cloud City. After all, there were many mercenaries and rogue cultivators stationed here. Some of them also wanted to settle down. As long as there was enough worship, they would naturally rush over. Originally, they would take into account the Gu clan's desire to kill Ling Xiao. However, after the warning from the 2 emperors, many of them had confidence. They thought that even if the Gu clan wanted to kill Ling Xiao, they wouldn't go all out. With these 2 emperors overseeing things, they had to think carefully. In half a month, Xianxia had recruited a few sky venerables to assist Kai Sheyue and Bai Yushi in recruiting people. In the end, they recruited 1,500 spirit masters, over 500 king level, 200 earth emperors, and 50 sky venerables. Although these people had passed the selection process, they couldn't be put into important positions in a short period of time. After all, their loyalty still needed to be tested. If they were all fence-sitters, it was better not to have them. Most of these people stayed in the city to maintain order, while a small portion of them were sent to various places to spread the news of Wind Cloud City's reconstruction. They also spread the news of the unraveling of the mystery of death, as well as the news of the large-scale auction. He wanted to let the various powers and merchants know about the situation here. Only with frequent business transactions would Wind Cloud City be able to blossom in glory. Everything was going according to plan. However, in this prosperous scene, there was a hidden danger. The rallying power of the Gu clan's Gu Kill token was about to explode at this moment. Chapter 739. In the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiao and Feng Xianyun were chatting tenderly in their room. Yun, once I've established my footing here, we'll bring Grandpa and our son over to live with us, okay? Ling Xiao tenderly embraced Feng Xianyun's mature and graceful waist, smelling her seductive body fragrance as he said in an intoxicated manner. Although he loved to cultivate, he also loved the feeling of lying on a beauty's lap. He was glad that he had such a gentle and considerate wife by his side, and also glad that all the women by his side treated him well. He sighed in his heart, as long as I can find Meng Qi again, everything will be fine. With me here, no one can hurt you. With his current strength and influence, although he couldn't dominate the central region, it wasn't a problem for him to defend a region. He didn't have any particularly great ideals, he just wanted to have his women by his side, occasionally cultivate, refine pills, and from time to time study the Tao of making a human with his women. That was enough. Feng Xianyun leaned into Ling Xiao's embrace and revealed an extremely affectionate expression. I wonder if Grandpa and our son are doing well. I miss them so much. After being separated from her 2 closest relatives for so many years, it would be strange if Feng Xianyun didn't miss them. They'd originally intended to have another child once they arrived at the central territory with Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had always been cultivating bitterly and was tied down by many things, so they had no choice but to put their plans on hold. Sigh. I also miss the little devil king. After the city is built, I'll accompany you back. Grandpa should also enjoy his life. Ling Xiao sighed with a guilty expression. Feng Xianyun turned around and caressed Ling Xiao's firm face, considerately saying, a man should prioritize his career. When the time comes, I can go back by myself. I can't do without you here. Ling Xiao chuckled. It's fine. With old Han and Mad Tooth here, no one can do anything to us. After establishing our might, who would dare to look down on me, Ling Xiao? As he said this, Ling Xiao's dragon eyes blossomed with strong confidence and domineeringness. The current him was already beginning to be extraordinary. All he needed was an opportunity, and it would be the time for him to soar to the 9 heavens and shock the central region. Ling Xiao continued to get people to release a message, looking for a woman called Yun Mengqi from the northwest. Anyone who found her and brought her to Wind Cloud City would be rewarded with 10 million high-grade Xian crystals and 2 7th-grade pills. Anyone who could provide the right clues would also be rewarded with 1 million high-grade Xian crystals and a 7th-grade pill. This news had undoubtedly caused quite a stir. After all, the temptation was too great. However, searching for such a person in the Central Territory was undoubtedly like searching for a needle in a haystack, and it caused everyone to feel that the chances were rather slim. With the help of a large number of people brought by the Gu family, the buildings around the city lord's mansion were erected one by one, and the auction house in the center was also built to a certain scale. There were also patrols in the city to prevent anyone from using force in the city. If they were found to be disrespectful to the city lord's mansion, they would be killed without mercy. On the other hand, Li Shui, Bing Ruoshui, and Yao Qingmin had also brought back many servants and maids. They were all from ordinary families and didn't have much fighting power. They didn't have high requirements for living. As long as they had a place to feed themselves, they would be satisfied. This group of servants and maids undoubtedly solved all the daily affairs in the city lord's mansion. Bai Yushi was arranged by Ling Xiao to train these servants, so that they would know the rules of the city lord's manor. Yao Qingmin was unwilling to fall behind and also requested to train these servants. Unfortunately, she was rejected by Ling Xiao. This girl was a little too thick-skinned. Could the servant she trained be useful? On this day, Ling Xiao walked out of the city lord's residence in boredom. He had yet to take a good stroll around Wind Cloud City. Along the way, they saw bustling scenes everywhere. They were all building buildings, making the city quite lively. Ling Xiao passed by a dilapidated restaurant. He hesitated for a moment before walking in. Even though the restaurant was simple and crude, it was still a lively and extraordinary scene. After all, the majority of the people in the city were mercenaries and rogue cultivators. They were all martial artists who wanted to hunt spirit beasts or search for spirit herbs in the Death Mountain range. Wind Cloud City was their temporary resting place, so the restaurant was undoubtedly the best place to relax. Ling Xiao ordered a pot of wine and sat alone in a corner, drinking alone. Ling Xiao rarely showed himself after arriving in Wind Cloud City. There weren't many people who had seen him before, and no one present recognized him. There were many people here, and there were all sorts of topics being discussed. Some said that they had discovered a high-grade spirit beast, while others said that they had obtained some high-grade spirit herb or some precious material. In short, there were all sorts of things being discussed. Finally, Ling Xiao heard something about him being discussed. City Lord Ling Xiao is really capable. He was actually able to invite the alchemy aristocratic Gu family to help him build a city. It seems like he has a close relationship with the Gu family. What's the use of that? Sooner or later, he'll have to hand over this place. The Gu family definitely won't let this matter rest. Let's not talk about the Gu family first. I heard that the rabid mercenary group wants to join forces with the other 3 mercenary groups to kill Ling Xiao and take his head to the Gu family to collect the reward. They can take over everything in the city lord's mansion. Keep your voice down. If the people from the city lord's mansion hear this, it won't be good. Is your information reliable? Of course it's reliable. This is what one of my brothers in the rabid mercenary group told me personally. How could it be false? Now that all the threats in the city have been removed, Ling Xiao wants to occupy this place and become the king. Perhaps he's still a little too inexperienced. Rabid mercenary group? Hee, hurry up. Ling Xiao drank a mouthful of wine and revealed a strange smile. Previously, he had let Savage Leopard and Lu Kun announce that he had occupied this city. His goal was to let some cats and dogs settle down. Now, there was actually someone who couldn't help but jump out and challenge his authority. This was exactly what Ling Xiao wanted, because if he wanted to completely establish his might in Wind Cloud City, he had to pay the price of blood. However, he didn't know if the rabid mercenary group and the other mercenary groups were strong enough. Ling Xiao left the restaurant, strolled around, and then returned to the city lord's mansion. He gathered everyone and told them about what he had heard today. Savage Leopard was the first to state his position. A bunch of mobs dares to threaten to take young master's life. Wait for me to go and destroy them all. Ling Xiao pressed his hand down and said, It's just a bunch of small fries, just right for me to establish my might. The real ones to guard against are those people from the Heavenly Assassins organization. As far as I know, if they want to deal with someone, they will definitely not give up halfway. They won't brazenly find trouble, and most of them will choose to assassinate. And the Gu clan will probably be here soon. They are all your appetizers. Once everything in the city has stabilized, it will be the time for the Heavenly Assassins organization and the Gu clan to perish. When Ling Xiao spoke, a supreme imperial might was displayed. The Heavenly Assassins organization and the Gu clan had already become on his list of people he must destroy, and they had also become a stumbling block on his path to domination. The Rabid Mercenary Group was the #1 mercenary group that frequently entered and exited the Death Mountain range. The leader, Yao Kuang, was a newly advanced low-level mystic emperor. Under him were 2 half-step the arch-rank subordinates, allowing the Rabid Mercenary Group to dominate the outer region of the Death Mountain range. Yao Kuang was lucky enough to advance to the arch-ranked, causing him to be incomparably arrogant. Now that he received news that Ling Xiao had occupied Wind Cloud City, he felt extremely displeased. After all, that was a place that he had wanted to occupy for a long time. However, he had been unable to solve the mystery of death there, causing him to not dare to casually enter Wind Cloud City. Now that the mystery of death had been solved, Wind Cloud City had become an ownerless city. It was the best time for the Rabid Mercenary Group to occupy it. However, because of the experts by Ling Xiao's side, he didn't dare to rashly lead his own group to forcefully occupy Wind Cloud City. Thus, he had no choice but to gather the other mercenary groups with half-step thearchs to discuss the plan of seizing the city. He also wanted to behead Ling Xiao and send him to the Gu clan for a huge reward. Outside of Wind Cloud City, where the Rabid Mercenary Group was stationed, Yao Kuang had gathered the leaders of the other 3 mercenary groups. These leaders were the Storm Mercenary Group's leader Yang Xianfeng, the Wolf Mercenary Group's leader Zhong Bo, and the Black Fire Mercenary Group's leader He Hua. All 3 of them were half-step thearchs, and they were famous existences around the Death Mountain range. The 3 of you, I believe that you already know why I invited you here. What do you think? Yao Kuang went straight to the point. Yao Kuang was an old man with a square face, and he seemed to have an aura that wasn't inferior to that of a man in his prime. His round eyes revealed a fierce light, and his killing intent was unmistakable. The Storm Mercenary Group's leader Yang Xianfeng was the first to speak. Leader Yao, your suggestion isn't bad, but you should have heard that Ling Xiao has 2 emperors by his side, and there might even be some mysterious experts. Don't you think it's too risky? I'm afraid that we'll go for wool and come home shorn. Yao Kuang coldly snorted. Leader Yang, you can't be that timid, right? Ling Xiao does have 2 emperors by his side. But are they real emperors? At most, their cultivation is about the same as yours. With the 3 of you holding back those 2, it'll be easy for me to kill Ling Xiao. Even if that's the case, shouldn't we be more cautious? Yang Xianfeng was a little embarrassed. To be honest, he really didn't want to get involved in this mess. Since Ling Xiao had the ability to solve the mystery of death that had lasted for 10,000 years, his methods could be seen. He wasn't optimistic about this alliance. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. The Gu family's tens of millions of high-grade profound crystals are right in front of us. Aren't you all tempted? Also, the Wind Cloud City can now be stationed for a long time. Don't you all think about your subordinates? Yao Kuang was also very eloquent, directly cutting into everyone's interests. At this time, the leader of the evil wolf mercenary group, Zhong Bo, said sinisterly, Leader Yao's words are right. I, Zhong Bo, am willing to help. The leader of the Black Fire mercenary group, Black Fire, hesitated for a moment before saying, This matter is worth fighting for. It's best to act as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the Gu family comes, we won't be able to reap the benefits. After struggling for a while, Yang Xianfeng still decided to withdraw from this alliance. This was because he didn't think that this operation would work at all. The other party had brazenly occupied the city and wasn't afraid of the Gu family's revenge. Did they not have anything to rely on? Chapter 740. The Rabid Mercenary Group, the Evil Wolf Mercenary Group, and the Black Fire Mercenary Group had gathered a total of 10,000 mercenaries. They rode on all kinds of mounts and headed towards Wind Cloud City. Along the way, they moved in a grandiose manner, raising an expanse of dust that filled the sky. A great power swarmed over. With such a powerful lineup, it was hard not to attract attention. Before they even arrived, Wind Cloud City was already in an uproar. With the rabid mercenary group as the leader, a large number of experts from the three great mercenary groups have gathered and are heading towards Wind Cloud City. There's going to be a good show. It's said that the rabid mercenary group's leader is the real mystic the Arch. He also has 2 half-emperors under him. With the help of the Evil Wolf and Black Fire mercenary group's leaders, this lineup can be said to be powerful. I just don't know if Ling Xiao dares to accept the challenge. He also has 2 experts by his side. I don't think he will run away without fighting. That's hard to say. Ling Xiao doesn't have enough manpower to face the 10,000 elites of the 3 great mercenary groups. Ordinary 5th-grade sects can only flee at the sight of the wind. We should hurry and leave. If we are affected, this is not a joke. Within the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiao and the others had already received the news. The newly recruited people were all terrified. They were too few in number and their strength was not on the same level. How could they fight against them? When many people heard the news, they actually packed up and left. Only a small number of people gritted their teeth and persevered. Those who stayed behind were valued in the future and became the backbone of Wind Cloud City. In the main hall, Yi Yunfeng, Cruel Leopard, and Lu Kun couldn't help but want to fight. A group of mobs wants to get their hands on Wind Cloud City. They really don't know what's good for them. Yi Yunfeng shook the golden spear in his hand and snorted. He then said to Ling Xiao, "Boss, let me fight and kill them all." Xianxia waved his white paper fan and couldn't help but say, "You are not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth." Yi Yunfeng suddenly choked. Although his strength was not bad, compared to the 10,000 people, he was indeed too insignificant. He was afraid that they could drown him with just a mouthful of saliva. "Let me go. These people are nothing in my eyes," Mad Tooth said coldly. Indeed, if he, a saint, were to fight, those 10,000 people wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. "I'm also going to fight. Those who dare come looking for death, I'll make sure they never return," said Savage Leopard. Lu Kun also expressed his opinion. "That's right, let us fight together and raise the prestige of Wind Cloud City, and raise the name of young master." The other girls also expressed their willingness to fight, vowing to kill the 10,000 people with high morale. This was the first battle in which they would make a name for themselves. They could not afford to lose this battle. Everyone was rubbing their fists in anticipation. Ling Xiao coughed lightly, stood up and said faintly, "In this battle, all of you just hold the line for me." "Kid, don't show off." Han Kai looked at Ling Xiao and said. He wasn't clear about Ling Xiao's combat strength, so he was afraid that something would happen to Ling Xiao. "Don't worry, Elder Han. I was able to walk out of the medicine sect in one piece, so I'm not afraid of these people. All of you hold the line for me. We must win this battle beautifully," Ling Xiao said confidently. Then, he led the crowd and flew out of the city lord's mansion. The few cultivators who were still loyal to the city lord's mansion also followed, looking as if they were ready to die. Ling Xiao also noticed the existence of these people. He said to Xianxia, who was beside him, "When we get back, get someone to confirm their name list. This young master will let them know how lucky they are to stay." Xianxia knew Ling Xiao's intentions and nodded lightly. "Young master, you're right. Only when you're clear about rewards and punishments will you be able to make so many people follow you. I believe that in the future, Wind Cloud City will surpass the Martial Spirit Court." "The Martial Spirit Court? Maybe." Ling Xiao smiled faintly, but in his heart, he didn't think so. His goal was not just the central region. Perhaps the heaven region was his true stage. Ling Xiao and the others landed on the mostly repaired city wall and looked at the people galloping towards them. They felt indescribably happy. Yes, they were happy, not afraid. With 2 saints in charge, what else was there to be afraid of? There really are 10,000 people. Ling Xiao sighed softly, his dragon eyes flashing with a strong murderous intent. If the Gale mercenaries hadn't withdrawn, I'm afraid there would be more people. Xianxia replied from the side. When Xianxia received news that someone was going to attack Ling Xiao, he sent someone to gather information. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. The Gale mercenaries? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Xianxia explained from the side. The Gale mercenaries are about the same strength as the 3 mercenary groups. Their leader should know that they won't be able to pose any threat to us even if they form an alliance, so he chose to withdraw. He even sent someone to inform us of the 3 mercenary groups' movements. It seems like the Gale mercenaries want to form a relationship with us. After hearing this, Ling Xiao was a little startled, but he made a mental note of the Gale mercenaries. At this time, the 10,000 mercenaries were already at the city walls. These 10,000 people were very different from a regular group. Their formation was uneven, and their formation was especially messy. They looked like a plate of loose sand, nothing to be afraid of. Yao Kuang, Zhong Bo, and Black Fire all rode their rank 6 mounts forward. Yi Yunfeng came out and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you attack Wind Cloud City with such great fanfare? Hurry up and retreat." Yi Yunfeng's strength was not bad, but the pressure he emitted was insignificant to Yao Kuang and the others. Yao Kuang was the first to laugh. "Haha, I am Yao Kuang, the leader of the rabid mercenaries. Underworld City has always been the backyard of us brothers. When did you guys change the name to Wind Cloud City? Did you guys ask me? If you want to scram, it should be you guys. Otherwise, don't blame my 10,000 brothers for flattening the city." Yao Kuang was in a good mood. This was the first time he had led such a large force, and it made him feel a little smug. He swore that he would definitely take over Wind Cloud City, and he would be the master of this place in the future. "How dare you? Underworld City has been without a master for the past 10,000 years. My master, Ling Xiao, has uncovered the mystery of death here and taken over all the daily affairs here. You guys actually dare to provoke us? Are you trying to bully us?" Savage Leopard was an impatient person, and the moment he heard Yao Kuang's arrogant words, he immediately stood up and roared. At the same time, his emperor-ranked aura spread out towards Yao Kuang and the others. At this time, the expressions of Yao Kuang and the others changed slightly. They could finally confirm that this person was a real emperor-ranked expert, and not some half-emperor-ranked expert. Zhong Bo and Black Fire, who were beside Yao Kuang, looked a little nervous. If the other person was also a real emperor-ranked expert, then this battle would not be optimistic. Even if they flattened this place, they would have to pay a heavy price. Yao Kuang withstood the pressure of Savage Leopard, and at the same time transmitted to the two, "What are you afraid of? With me holding him back, the others are a piece of cake for you guys." Then he rode his spirit beast forward and said, "Cut the crap, hurry up and call Ling Xiao out. Grandpa Yao wants to cut off his dog head and use it as a urinal. If you guys know what's good for you, hurry up and surrender, or else my 10,000 brothers swear to flatten the city." Yao Kuang's words had undoubtedly ignited the blood of the mercenaries behind him, and they all cried out as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "Kill Ling Xiao, and I swear to flatten the city. Kill Ling Xiao, and I swear to flatten the city. Kill Ling Xiao, and I swear to flatten the city." A series of voices mixed with the roars of many spirit beasts soared into the sky, causing the city to tremble. Just as Savage Leopard and Lu Kun couldn't help but attack, Ling Xiao slowly stepped out into the air. Today, he wore a set of dazzling golden robes, and there were dragon and phoenix patterns on the sides of the robes. He looked so noble and eye-catching, and in addition to his handsome and elegant appearance, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many people in the distance began to secretly discuss. Is he the city lord Ling Xiao? He looks so young. Looking at his temperament, it shouldn't be fake. I didn't expect him to have a bit of courage. Facing 10,000 lions, he actually didn't retreat. He really deserves the name of the first emperor. I heard that he is the successor of the demonic emperor. If he was a coward, why would the demonic emperor take a fancy to him? I hope he doesn't disappoint. He is courageous, but there are too few people. That Yao Kuang is the true mystic emperor, and he also has the help of a few half-emperors. The result of this battle is already very obvious. You want to cut off my head and use it as a urinal. Ling Xiao looked at Yao Kuang playfully and said, his dragon eyes didn't conceal the dense killing intent. You are Ling Xiao? Yao Kuang looked at Ling Xiao and asked. That's right. I am Ling Xiao. All of you come at me together. I don't have time to waste with you. Ling Xiao crooked his finger at Yao Kuang and said, his expression indescribably arrogant. Hearing this, Yao Kuang couldn't help but laugh wildly. Haha. I thought that Ling Xiao had some 3 heads and 6 arms. I didn't think that he was just a brat who still smells of his mother's milk. He actually wants us to come at him together. I'm dying of laughter. Following Yao Kuang's laughter, the mercenary group behind him also laughed loudly. Their expressions were filled with ridicule. Damn it, let me fight for the young master and kill these trash. Savage Leopard couldn't stand the ridicule of Ling Xiao and immediately wanted to fight. However, he was stopped by Lu Kun. Savage Leopard, don't be anxious, the young master is enough to deal with everything. Lu Kun clearly remembered his young master's terrifying battle strength and that strange world energy. Now that his young master's strength had increased by another level, it should be effortless for him to kill these people. Is it very funny? Ling Xiao murmured and then shouted. Is it very funny? Is it very funny? The last roar was mixed with a supreme dragon's might and spread across the wilderness. It was like the roar of a real dragon, shaking everyone to the point of dizziness. Many of the weaker mercenaries were directly shaken to the point where blood flowed out of their 7 orifices and they died. Ling Xiao was also angry at this moment. Chapter 741. Becoming an emperor was a stained road of no return. It was a road of bones piled up by the ashes of tens of thousands of soldiers. As the most crucial battle, Ling Xiao had to kill to establish his dominance. He had to kill decisively and quickly. Only then would he be able to shock everyone. Dragon's Tenbin's ability, Dragon's Roar, was always a surprise attack. Its lethality was absolutely astonishing. Among the 10,000 people, many king stage martial artists immediately bled out of their 7 orifices and died. The Earth Sovereign martial artists also fell to the ground uncomfortably. Only the martial artists at the Empyrean stage and above were slightly less injured, but their minds still felt a buzzing sound reverberating. Yao Kuang and the other half Thearchs were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Fortunately, they were strong enough to isolate the source of the sound in time. Yao Kuang did not expect Ling Xiao to show off his power the moment he arrived. He roared, "Let me kill you, you little bastard." With that, he rode his spirit dog and raised his saber towards Ling Xiao. Although he was a rash person, he knew that it was better to end the battle quickly. His great autonomous realm covered the area within 1,000 meters. It was as if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao in an instant. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony. The aura of a high-level heavenly venerate surged. Others only knew that he was a mid-level heavenly venerate when he was in the medicine capital. However, no one knew that he was already a high-level heavenly venerate when he came out of the medicine sect. When he was a mid-level heavenly venerate, he could already fight a mystic the Arch. Now that his strength had increased, why would he be afraid of these people? He then deduced his own world force. A desolate world seemed to have returned to the beginning of the world. Waves of barbaric aura immediately spread out. Every tree, flower and grass was like a real world, making people feel that it was exceptionally beautiful. However, in this beautiful world, there was a great murderous intent. Now, Ling Xiao's small cube world's power could be compared to ordinary mystic Thearch tier world's power. What's more, his small cube world's power was different from before as well. It was as if there was another kind of hidden energy. The flowers, grass and trees represented a rich vitality, but when a grayish-black energy blew past, those vibrant plants and spirit beasts would rapidly wither and die. This power was not only the power of the innate wind baleful qi, but it also contained the power of the death qi that could steal the life force of others. What kind of world energy is this? Why do I feel a little scared? That power seems to be very terrifying. Blackfire Mercenary Group's leader, Blackfire, said with a slightly worried expression. The leader of the Wolf Mercenary Group, Zhongbo, exclaimed, Could this be the power of a high-grade spirit-level world? Otherwise, how could he give us such a strong sense of oppression? The two world energies collided fiercely. Rumble! The powerful energy exploded, and the terrifying shockwaves caused everyone to retreat far away, afraid that they would be affected. Yao Kuang originally thought that he had Ling Xiao in the bag, but he did not expect Ling Xiao's world energies to be so terrifying that it could actually suppress his world energies. As the two clashed, he felt his mind becoming unsteady, and his organs were churning. His blood was flowing non-stop, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Pfff. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out of his mouth, and his spiritual realm was instantly destroyed. He and his spirit hound were immediately engulfed by Ling Xiao's world energies. Following that, countless tree vines extended towards him and his spirit hound like tentacles. A three-eyed wolf king pounced out from a corner, directly attacking his spirit hound. The wolf and the dog began to fight. Yao Kuang was also a mercenary group's leader who had experienced countless battles of life and death. He immediately suppressed the churning blood in his body, and the huge sword in his hand turned into a sky full of sword shadows that slashed towards Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of the desolate ancient world energies. The first move of a mystic the arch was enough to split the mountains and split the earth, and overturn the seas and rivers. However, it was not enough to kill Ling Xiao. Balls of grayish-black, cold hurricanes blew towards Yao Kuang. Swish swish. Wherever the grayish-black hurricanes went, all the plants would rapidly wither and lose their life force, disappearing very quickly. Even though Yao Kuang's blade light managed to disperse the flowers, the deathly aura continued to permeate towards Mo Wuji. At first, Yao Kuang didn't pay too much attention to it. But when he discovered that his protective barrier was gradually being eroded away, he felt that something was wrong. His strong physique seemed to be losing something, and in the next moment, his skin and flesh actually became incomparably wrinkled. What is going on? Yao Kuang stopped his attack and looked at his palm, which was even drier than before, and was shocked. He still did not understand what was going on, and his mind was in a mess. What he didn't know was that while he was distracted, Ling Xiao could easily kill him. However, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. His skin and flesh were rapidly aging, and his life force was clearly being lost. His strength seemed to be slowly weakening as well. Damn it, what kind of energy is this? It must be an illusion. Yao Kuang could not accept reality and roared. He paused for a moment and escaped from Ling Xiao's world power. At the same time he shouted, "Let's go together, let's flatten this place and kill this little bastard." How could Ling Xiao let Yao Kuang escape so easily? The deathly aura wrapped around Yao Kuang like maggots. Yao Kuang used his powerful strength but could not resist the combination of the connate wind's baleful aura and deathly aura. His black hair instantly aged and turned white, and his powerful physique gradually became thin and weak. At this moment, Yao Kuang's two half-thearchs realized the situation their commander was in. Without a second word, they led their men towards Ling Xiao. Zhong Bo and Black Fire also knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. They immediately led their men and charged towards the city. In an instant, the sky was filled with murderous intent, and the aura was vast and mighty. Countless elemental attacks and colorful energy dyed half the sky red like a tide. With so many different types of energy combined, even the sky was about to be overturned. It's time to let them know that some things are not as simple as they think. Xianxia murmured and made a few strange movements with the white paper fan in his hand. A few heavenly venerables on Ling Xiao's side seemed to have received some kind of signal and immediately flew in different directions. Following that, a light screen bloomed around the city walls. Swish swish. This light screen was like a heavenly cover, protecting the area within a few thousand meters of the city walls. The attacks from the mercenary groups were like eggs hitting a rock when they hit it, unable to destroy the defensive sky screen. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw this scene, and their faces were filled with incomparable shock. When did such a terrifying defensive formation appear outside the city? This is at least a Tier 7 defensive formation. Right, that person with the fan seems to be Advisor Xianxia who came to the city earlier. Could it be that he is also a powerful formation master? Looks like Ling Xiao has a lot of talented people by his side. With such a defensive formation, no one below the Emperor stage can break it. It can't be wrong, but only attacking and not defending. This formation's energy will be depleted sooner or later. Advisor, what's the point of wasting time like this? Just let us fight and kill these bastards. Cruel Leopard shouted while suppressing his strong killing intent. The others also spoke up one after another. Xianxia said resolutely, "No, this battle is the best opportunity for Ling Xiao to establish his might. We can't let you guys ruin it." Outside the city, Ling Xiao's battle strength was already on full display. 20 times his battle strength allowed his world power to expand to a terrifying extent. It was as if everything within a few thousand meters was within his range. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand, and like a god of war, he began a real massacre. The first to suffer was Yao Kuang, who had already lost all will to fight. He was unintentionally corroded by the strong baleful aura of death. His life force was like flowing water, continuously draining away. His strength also fell from the mystic the arch stage to the heavenly venerable stage, and even the earthly sovereign stage. His big head was pierced through by Ling Zhao's spear, and the remaining bit of soul force could not escape Ling Zhao's heavenly fire. The arch stage expert died just like that. The two half-thearchs under Yao Kuang were not much better off. Ling Zhao's peak-grade Emperor stage world power had already drowned them in countless killing intents. None of their spirit beasts were spared as well. They were all attacked by the baleful aura of death, and gradually, they began to enjoy the feeling of aging and dying. Ling Xiao was getting excited from the killing, and his battle intent was extremely high. His entire body was covered in a glazed dragon scale armor, and he held the golden dragon spear in his hand as he entered the army of 10,000. 10,000 trees entangled, icicles rose, volcanoes erupted, divine beasts appeared, and death energy filled the air. A terrifying world, a terrifying power, and a terrifying killing intent enveloped these 10,000 people. One by one, they died from being entangled by the 10,000 trees, pierced by the icicles, blasted by the volcanoes until not even their bones remained, frightened by the might of the divine beasts, and lost all signs of life after being entangled by the death energy. Not only that, Ling Zhao's tyrant dragon spear art also unleashed destructive attacks. Countless golden dragons roared and exploded, and the martial artists in all directions were forced to abandon their armors and flee. Numerous shrill cries resounded in all directions. Countless severed limbs flew ceaselessly, and wisps of blood splattered like ink. It was like a scene from purgatory, and everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Is this still a human? He actually fought against 10,000 by himself. Could it be that I'm seeing things? Strength that surpasses his peers, no. It should be that he surpasses his peers. This is too terrifying. This kind of world power is like the end of the world, one touch and you'll die. Emperor stage, an absolute high-grade Emperor stage world power. Even in the arch stage expert is no match for him. Once he matures, will there still be anyone in this world who can match him? Who knows? As long as he doesn't die young, he might become a legend in the future. Chapter 742. Outside Wind Cloud City, there was an ancient world of slaughter that made one's hair stand on end. It was like a world of minced meat. People were constantly being crippled and killed. The troops of the three mercenary groups looked very majestic and powerful, but most of them were below the heavenly venerable rank. There were only a few hundred of them who were above the heavenly venerable rank. Moreover, they came from different camps, so it was impossible for them to fight together. Moreover, the scene of Ling Xiao killing Yao Kuang was deeply imprinted in their hearts. They had long since lost the confidence to face Ling Xiao. That was why such a one-sided massacre had taken place. If they were a group of people who had been trained for a long time and knew how to attack together, Ling Xiao might not have been able to kill them so easily. Zhongbo and Black Fire, who were half-emperors, hadn't died yet. It was just that their hearts had turned cold. They were filled with regret. How could they have imagined that Ling Xiao was so abnormal? He was only a high-level heavenly venerable, but he was already able to display the power of an emperor-level world. Moreover, this wasn't any ordinary world power. It was an emperor-level world power. They were afraid. They were afraid of following in Yao Kuang's footsteps. There was only one thought in their minds. Run! Unfortunately, they were enveloped by Ling Zhao's world power. The various attacks made it difficult for them to deal with them. City Lord Ling, please be merciful. Zhongbo, surrender. Zhongbo had already lost all confidence. He begged Ling Xiao, who was waving his golden dragon spear. Black Fire didn't hesitate when he heard Zhongbo's words. Yes. City Lord Ling, we surrender. We surrender. Please let us go. It wasn't easy for them to cultivate. They still had many days to live, so they didn't want to die just like that. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He moved like a god and appeared in front of them. The golden dragon spear smashed down mercilessly at them. Tyrannical dragon spear art. Dance with dragons. A series of tiny golden dragons containing violent power blasted toward the two of them. Their expressions changed drastically. Just as they were about to flee, They were entangled by countless tree vines. This short delay was enough to take their lives. No! Their pupils constricted as they roared in unwillingness. Boom, boom, boom. Along with a rumble, 2 quasi-emperors perished just like that. Phew! I can't hold on anymore. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. His aura instantly dropped by quite a bit, and the range of his world power also shrunk by quite a bit. He glanced around at the people who were still alive and shouted, "Those who don't surrender will die. Those who did not surrender would die." This dignified voice spread throughout the battlefield outside of Wind Cloud City. Ling Xiao's entire body was wrapped in a glazed dragon scale armor, and a giant golden dragon phantom appeared above his head as if it had solidified. The might of an ancient emperor made people unable to help but have an impulse to worship him. The people around Xianxia bowed to Ling Xiao and shouted, "The city lord is invincible. Those who don't surrender will die. The city lord is invincible. Those who don't surrender will die. The city lord is invincible. Those who don't surrender will die." A majestic voice that was like the descent of heavenly might spread in all directions. It was like a morning bell that ruthlessly pounded on everyone's hearts. Whether it was the invading mercenaries or the people watching from afar, all of them felt an irresistible heavenly might that made their hearts tremble. In the end, their psychological defenses were completely shattered by the majestic figure that was like a war god and an emperor. One by one, they threw down the weapons in their hands, stopped resisting, and knelt towards that figure. 1, 10, 100. In the end, the remaining 5,000 to 6,000 mercenaries who had yet to die all surrendered. The dense mass of people looked incomparably majestic and shocking. The person in the sky had an imposing aura that was unstoppable by 10,000 enemies. It was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, including those who followed him. Everyone was filled with reverence, and worship. "Young master is so handsome." Yao Qingmin looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of stars and exclaimed. At the side, Bing Ruoshui's eyes were also filled with admiration. She nodded repeatedly and said, "And so mighty, so cool." The girls at the side were all infatuated. It was as if this was the first time they had seen such a mighty Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with stars. Xian Yao lightly waved his white paper fan and said with a faint smile, "The might of an emperor has already begun to appear. Who else can stop young master's footsteps?" Yi Yunfeng said excitedly, "If only I had half of young master's ability." In young master's eyes, Emperor Xian was like a dog being slaughtered. Han Kai sighed softly. "Not bad, this brat's future path has already been opened. Unless an old undying man appears, the future world will definitely belong to this brat." Only now did Mad Tooth truly witness Ling Xiao's ferocious slaughter. He finally understood why his big brother, Savage Leopard, was so loyal to Ling Xiao. In addition to his abnormal combat strength, he was also a high-grade alchemist. With such a young emperor with 2 identities, if he wasn't worth following, who else was worth following? Ling Xiao glanced at them with satisfaction and retracted his aura. Only then did he say faintly, "You nurse Savage Leopard, Uncle Lu, I'll leave them to you to deal with. Whoever is willing to submit to me, Ling Xiao, can be the guards of the city." The reason why Ling Xiao let the 3 of them take care of these people was because Feng Xianyun could use poison to control them first, so that they wouldn't dare to betray him. Savage Leopard and Lu Kun both had a certain amount of ruling ability, and they could also suppress these people. Xian Yao then ordered the warriors who had followed Ling Xiao to start cleaning up the battlefield. After this battle, Ling Xiao's limelight was boundless. No one in Wind Cloud City or around the Death Mountain range dared to provoke him again. Instead, many warriors began to seek refuge with Ling Xiao. For a moment, Wind Cloud City was plagued by warriors. Thus, Ling Xiao had no choice but to let Xianyao carefully select the people. Those without strength, who did not obey the manager, and who were not loyal enough, were not allowed to join the Castellan's manor. Although Ling Xiao had a little bit of wealth, it was impossible for him to support everyone. Xianyao also began to propose another management plan, allowing many warriors to be self-sufficient, temporarily solving Ling Xiao's urgent problem. That was to let most of the warriors take turns to enter the Death Mountain range to hunt spirit beasts or search for spirit herbs, and let them pay tribute to the Castellan's manor. They could accumulate points, and at that time, the Castellan's manor could provide them with some kind of advancement elixir, or matching mystical skills, or spirit weapons. When they reached a certain point, they could also become a member of the Castellan's Manor, and their status would be greatly improved. This move undoubtedly encouraged the warriors who sought refuge with Ling Xiao. They didn't have to worry about losing their freedom, and they didn't have to worry about becoming a slave in the Castellan's Manor. Of course, this plan of indulgence was only for the people outside the Castellan's Manor. After becoming a member of the Inner Palace, the situation was very different. The people in the Inner Palace would be Ling Xiao's true subordinates. They would receive very good training, and at the same time, the requirements would be very high. On this day, another large group of people came to seek refuge with Ling Xiao. They were the people of the Storm Mercenary Group, led by their leader, Yang Xianfeng. Ling Xiao sat on the jade throne in the main hall, and the majesty of the Castellan was unquestionable. Yang Xianfeng brought a few of his best friends and knelt nervously in front of Ling Xiao. In the battle not long ago, they had all seen with their own eyes that this smiling young man was definitely a master who did not hesitate to kill people. If the other party was not satisfied, they were afraid that they would not be able to walk out of the Castellan's Manor. Ling Xiao did not speak, but Xianxia, who was sitting below, said indifferently, "I don't know why Leader Yang wants to join my Castellan's Manor. With the strength of your mercenary group, you should be the strongest in the Death Mountain range." Xianyao's words were to test the loyalty of Yang Xianfeng and the others. Yang Xianfeng unhurriedly said, "Castellan Ling has come to Wind Cloud City, killed the leaders of the 3 great mercenary groups, and subdued 3 groups of soldiers. Although these soldiers are not small, there are not many who can be used, so this young dares to recommend myself and become a loyal follower of Castellan Ling. The 3,000 soldiers under me will be at Castellan Ling's disposal." Yang Xianfeng's decision to seek refuge with Ling Xiao was a decision made after much consideration. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was unparalleled, and he was also a grade 7 alchemist. If he followed Ling Xiao, he would definitely be able to improve further in the future. He was also tired of hunting spirit beasts in the Death Mountain range and searching for opportunities. He also wanted to enjoy the feeling of being bestowed. Moreover, he was very optimistic about Ling Xiao's future prospects. Yang Xianfeng's personality was different from Yao Kuang's. His thoughts were crude, but he was meticulous, and he knew when to give up. Furthermore, his ambitions were not very big, which meant that he could only become a talented general and not the material to become a king. Xianyao looked at Yang Xianfeng's facial features, and had already seen through Yang Xianfeng. Xianyao said, "My young master is indeed in need of manpower, and we do not doubt Commander Yang's intention to seek refuge with us. It's just that you guys came empty-handed. Isn't it a little lacking in sincerity?" Yang Xianfeng was already prepared, and immediately took out a pile of high-grade spirit herbs. "This is a little something from this Yang. I only hope that Castellan Ling can take us in, and we will do our best to help Castellan Ling." The pile of spirit herbs in front of him were all level 5 and above, with quite a few level 6 and level 7 spirit herbs. With Yang Xianfeng's half-emperor strength, the fact that he was able to take out these spirit herbs was already enough to show his sincerity. Xianyao glanced at Ling Xiao, waiting for Ling Xiao's decision. Yang Xianfeng and his brothers looked at Ling Xiao nervously, waiting for Ling Xiao's answer. Ling Xiao's fingers lightly tapped on the side of his chair, and his eyes stared at the few people below, as if he wanted to see through their hearts. "It's not difficult for me to take you guys in, and I don't need these spirit herbs. As long as you can help me with one thing, you can immediately become an inner palace elder," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yang Xianfeng and the others immediately expressed, "Castellan Ling, please tell us, we will definitely complete this task with our lives." Ling Xiao smiled with satisfaction and said indifferently, "The Gu family's people are about to arrive at my Wind Cloud City, just bring their heads to me." When Yang Xianfeng and the others heard this, their faces were filled with shock. Chapter 743. The Gu clan received news of Ling Xiao and sent an inner elder, Gu Ming, to Wind Cloud City to capture Ling Xiao. Of course, the Gu clan couldn't just send Gu Ming, a half-emperor, along with another half-emperor, Zhang Shi. He was a consecrated elder of the Gu clan, along with 20 mid-level and above heavenly venerables. The Gu clan felt that this was enough to capture or kill Ling Xiao. After a few twists and turns, they finally arrived at the neighboring city, Waterlink City. This city was connected by 2 rivers, and there were many ships on the river. Many scholars and poets were reciting poems. It was as if they had left this murderous world, looking extremely elegant and tranquil. The 22 people from the Gu clan stopped at one of the ships to rest. They wanted to find out more about Ling Xiao before heading to Wind Cloud City. Originally, they wanted to immediately head to Wind Cloud City to kill Ling Xiao. However, when they first arrived at Waterlink City, they heard news about Ling Xiao. 10 days ago, Ling Xiao had single-handedly slaughtered tens of thousands of enemies, shocking everyone in the world. They couldn't help but take this news seriously. If Ling Xiao really had this kind of ability, then wouldn't they be courting death if they went looking for trouble with Ling Xiao? Inside the ship, the Gu clan's people were sitting, and there were even 2 captured mercenaries. Gu Ming stared at the 2 mercenaries and said, "Speak quickly, are you telling the truth? If there's even half a word of falsehood, you'll immediately die in the belly of the fish." Gu Ming's half-emperor cultivation caused the 2 Earth Sovereign mercenaries to tremble in fear. One of them stuttered, My lord, we're all telling the truth. Our captain is a mystic emperor, but he was killed by Ling Xiao. He's too powerful. If we didn't run fast enough, we would have died at Ling Xiao's hands." Another mercenary also replied, Yes, my lord. That Ling Xiao is too scary. 10,000 of us were killed by him with a single thought. He is a murderous demon. As soon as the mercenary finished speaking, the ancient Ming raised his finger and pointed at the mercenary's forehead. Xiao. A sharp metal energy immediately pierced through the mercenary's head. Nonsense. Even if a mid-stage heavenly sovereign can suppress his generation, how could he kill so many enemies on his own? There were even several sovereigns present. Shouted the ancient Ming. He felt that the person just now was talking nonsense. Even with his strength, it was impossible for him to kill 10,000 people with a single thought. The other mercenary was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. He kept kowtowing towards the ancient Ming and begged, "Spare me, my lord. Please spare me." The ancient Ming asked again, "Say it again. If there is any falsehood, I will kill you." The mercenary once again recounted the whole story in a trembling voice. However, this time, he couldn't say it like before. Instead, he said that the reason Ling Xiao was able to defeat 10,000 of them was because he had set up a killing formation that trapped most of them. That was why Ling Xiao was able to win by a fluke. The ancient Ming was very satisfied with this answer. Like I said, Ling Xiao is only a newly ascended heavenly sovereign. How could he have the strength to kill the mystic sovereign? He must have relied on this killing formation to defeat you fools. The mercenary cursed bitterly in his heart. It's still not certain who's the fool here. Elder Ming, now that Ling Xiao has set up a killing formation, if we rashly go in, I'm afraid. Xianxia worriedly spoke. The ancient Ming waved his hand. You don't have to worry about this. Ling Xiao's killing formation cannot be prepared at all times. Moreover, the alliance of the 3 mercenaries is also an idiot. They actually dared to openly kill people and occupy the city. Aren't they giving the enemy a chance to prepare? We only need to enter the city as ordinary people and not alert the enemy. As long as we enter the city, Ling Xiao won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. With this in mind, the ancient Ming casually killed the mercenary. Then, he changed into an ordinary martial artist's martial attire and took a pill that could hide his aura. Then, he rushed towards Wind Cloud City. Just when they thought that this trip would be smooth sailing, they didn't know that a dead end was waiting for them. Outside of Wind Cloud City, Yang Xianfeng had been waiting for a long time with his 3,000 brothers. In addition to Yang Xianfeng being a half-step emperor, his sworn brother Wang Tang was also a newly ascended half-step emperor. There were close to 100 people at the Empyrean realm, more than 1,000 Earth sovereigns, and the rest were at the King realm. This kind of lineup was abnormally strong, comparable to the strength of a 5th-grade sect. Wang Tang whispered to Yang Xianfeng, "Big brother, is it worth it for us to openly become enemies with the Gu family?" Yang Xianfeng narrowed his eyes and said, "I made this decision when I chose to follow City Lord Ling. Since he dared to openly occupy a city and proclaim himself king, he should have a trump card to deal with the Gu family. Don't forget, he is the disciple of the legendary demonic emperor. At first, I thought that it was just a far-fetched rumor, but after that battle, I completely believed it. If he wasn't the disciple of the demonic emperor, How could he have such terrifying strength? But the Gu family is an old power. How can their foundation be compared to Ling? City Lord Ling. Wang Ting voiced out his concerns. Although he was very optimistic about Ling Zhao's future prospects, he was still very worried about becoming enemies with the Gu family. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually give them such a task. If they didn't kill the people from the Gu family, then they wouldn't be able to obtain Ling Zhao's approval. But if they killed the people from the Gu family, they would have no way out. They could only follow by Ling Zhao's side. Yang Xianfeng was silent for a moment before he said, "So this is a bet. I see that City Lord Ling will definitely be able to contend against the Gu family, and I also see my life's path. If my sworn brother doesn't have the confidence, you can back out now. I definitely won't stop you." Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Big brother, we are sworn brothers. We don't ask to be born on the same day, month and year, but to die on the same day, month and year. This little brother is willing to follow big brother through fire and water, no matter what." Yang Xianfeng patted Wang Ting's shoulder in satisfaction and said, "Don't worry, your big brother's choices are rarely wrong, and this time is no exception." At this time, a commoner-like person appeared in front of Yang Xianfeng and Wang Ting and knelt on one knee. "Reporting Captain, Vice Captain, we have arrived." Yang Xianfeng lightly waved his hand, then glanced at Wang Ting and brandished his spear. "Brothers, follow me into battle, we must make sure that no one is left." 3,000 mercenaries rode all kinds of spirit beasts and moved out. The Gu Ming's group that had just approached Windy Cloud City felt this vast and powerful aura. The Gu Ming frowned. "What's going on? It seems like a large group of people is coming towards us." Xianxia spoke from the side. "They shouldn't be coming for us. Perhaps there's a battle going on." The Gu Ming nodded. "To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's let them pass first. Once we take down Ling Xiao, we'll see who dares to disrespect our Gu family." Just as the group was about to dodge, the several thousand people quickly surrounded them. The expressions of the Gu Ming's group slightly changed. They didn't understand why these mercenaries would suddenly find them. Could it be that these were the roving bandits? "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" The Gu Ming frowned and asked faintly. The Gu Ming began to worry because he could clearly feel the ferocity of these people. The two leading them were even as strong as him. Yang Xianfeng stepped forward with his spear. "Are you from the Gu family?" The Gu Ming replied, "You're mistaken, we're just passers-by who want to go to Windy Cloud City to stretch our legs." The Gu Ming's group had already concealed their strength and were only ordinary monarchs in the eyes of others. They didn't want to expose themselves and let Ling Xiao run away. Wang Ting sneered. "You want to enter Windy Cloud City? Sure, but leave behind your spatial rings and spirit beast wrist guards." The Gu Ming's group paled. They didn't understand what these people were planning. Xianxia was a half-emperor, as well as a sinecure elder of the Gu clan, so he had never suffered such humiliation before. The Gu Ming pulled him back and gave him a meaningful glance before taking out a lot of Xian crystals. "Everyone, we are just ordinary people doing business. Here are some Xian crystals. Can you please let us live?" Wang Tang stepped forward and put away the Xian crystals. He said disdainfully, "The people of the Gu family are really stingy. They actually want to send us away with 1,000,000 middle-grade Xian crystals. It really makes me speechless. Who the hell are you people?" The Gu Ming knew that the other party was toying with them and immediately shouted, displaying the aura of a half-step emperor. Yang Xianfeng laughed. "Who we are isn't important, the important thing is that you can't enter Windy Cloud City." Having said that, he waved his hand and his subordinates immediately cooperated with the spirit beasts to open fire. All kinds of attribute attacks fell from the sky. Although the aura wasn't as frightening as when Ling Xiao fought 10,000 by himself, it was still very frightening. The Gu Ming's group was startled. They didn't expect to be ambushed like this before even reaching Windy Cloud City, causing them to panic. The Gu Ming was indeed worthy of being a leader. He rushed towards Yang Xianfeng and shouted, "Who the hell are you people? You dare to oppose our Gu family. Do you not want to live anymore?" He also summoned his spirit beast protector in order to capture Yang Xianfeng as soon as possible and avoid the fate of being intercepted. However, Yang Xianfeng wasn't a soft sieve. He raised his spear and clashed with the Gu Ming while sneering, Daring to offend City Lord Ling, you are truly courting death. The Gu Ming's heart sank. It turned out that these people were really sent by Ling Xiao to kill them. The Gu Ming wanted to escape and report back to the family so that they could quickly send a supreme elder to capture and kill Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Yang Xianfeng's group had already accepted Ling Xiao's death order. They absolutely couldn't let anyone from the Gu family escape. The 3,000 mercenaries completely submerged the 22 people from the Gu family. This was a completely one-sided battle without any mishaps. Chapter 744. Inside the Gu family's main hall, the Gu family's patriarch, Gu En, once again gathered all the members of the Elders Association. His current expression was incomparably unsightly, as if he had eaten a few flies, making him feel indescribably uncomfortable. He sat on the main seat with a sorrowful expression and said, "Elder Gu Ming and the others, they are all dead." As soon as he said this, the expressions of all the seated elders became abnormally unsightly. At the same time, there was also a hint of surprise. They were very clear about the strength of the Gu Ming. There was another consecrator elder with them, a total of 22 people, all of whom were first-rate experts in their clan, but all of them had fallen. This made them feel incredulous and shocked at the same time. What the hell is going on? Isn't that Ling Xiao only at the middle stage of the Empyrean realm? Even if he's strong, it's impossible for him to make Elder Gu Ming and the others stay. That's right. Is there something wrong? Even the real mystic the Arch would have to go through a lot of trouble to make them stay, let alone kill them all. This is impossible. Could it be that Ling Xiao really has 3 heads and 2 arms? If that's really the case, we might have to ask the Supreme Elder to come out of seclusion. I think it's better to send someone to find out the truth first before making any plans. That Ling Xiao is rebuilding Hell City. I don't think he will leave in a short period of time. The elders present were all talking at once, causing the main hall to become noisy. Guan frowned and shouted, "Enough, all of you, quiet down." Guan had spoken, and everyone quietened down once more. Guan continued, "The fall of Elder Gu Ming and the others is an indisputable fact. According to the time of departure, they should have been killed after arriving at Hell City, so this time, we underestimated Ling Xiao's strength. What do you think we should do? If this gets out, our Gu family's face will be completely lost." Some of the elders were dissatisfied and thought, "You underestimated yourself, not us. I told you to ask the Supreme Elder to come out earlier. Now that something has happened, you can't drag us down with you." An elder stood up and said, "There must be something fishy about this matter. Why don't we send someone to investigate the situation first before making a decision?" Guan said unhappily, "Could it be that we're going to let that bastard continue acting arrogantly? What will others think of our Gu family?" Indeed, as one of the 18 great forces, the Gu clan had sent out the Gu kill order. Now that they were aware of Ling Xiao's movements, they would be laughed at if they did not do anything. For a moment, all the elders were at a loss for words. At that moment, a voice sounded from outside the hall. "You don't have to worry about this matter. I'll go and kill that brat and take back the golden dragon spear." As the voice faded, an old man entered the hall with a beautiful young lady. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize this old man. It was the supreme elder of the Gu clan, Gu Xing, whom he had met at the enlightenment pool. He was a true mystic the Arch, and the person beside him was Gu Xiaohe. Gu Xiaohe's figure was still as graceful as a snake, and her body was curvaceous. Any man who laid eyes on her couldn't help but steal a few glances. However, her originally beautiful face had become incomparably cold, and she gave off a feeling that she was 1,000 miles away. Her originally soft golden hair had actually turned silver white. It was a breathtaking coldness and a devilish coolness. Compared to when she was in the chaos abyss of war, she had changed a lot. After not seeing her for almost 2 years, her strength had actually exploded to the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable. This speed was truly shocking. When the Gu clan's elder saw the newcomer, he immediately bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Elder Xing." Gu Xing's expression was filled with displeasure. "What's the point of discussing here? That brat is so free and unfettered outside. Can't you come up with any ideas? Our Gu clan isn't that easy to kill. Since we know where he is, we should have sent a large number of people to deal with him. Isn't sending a few pieces of trash a disgrace to our Gu clan? Everyone lowered their heads at Gu Xing's words, not daring to utter a single word. Guan spoke up, "Fifth grandfather, that Ling Xiao is only a mid-level heavenly venerable, but he was able to kill Gu Ming and Zhang Shi. Could there be something fishy about this?" Gu Xing furrowed his brows. Ling Xiao is the disciple of the demonic the Arch, so he must have some trump cards. Moreover, he has our Gu clan's golden dragon spear. It's not difficult for him to fight above his level. Moreover, that Dao En from the spiritual martial court might be supporting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to occupy a city so openly and let everyone in the central region know about it. Dao En from the spiritual martial court. Gu En's expression changed. The other Gu clan elders' expressions also changed. If the spiritual martial court got involved, then it would be difficult for the Gu clan. Gu Xing said, "Don't worry, Dao En is only repaying the demonic Thearcha's kindness. He doesn't represent the spiritual martial court's will. There's no need for you to discuss this matter any further. I will personally take that brat's head to wash away the humiliation of our Gu clan." At this time, Gu Xiaohe said coldly, "His head is mine." At the same time, a strange aura bloomed, startling all the elders present. Their eyes flashed with astonishment as they thought to themselves, "Could it be that this girl has inherited our ancestors' legacy?" Yang Xianfeng and the others killed the Gu clan's ancient Ming and obtained Ling Zhao's approval. Yang Xianfeng and Wang Ting originally thought that it would be good enough if they could catch Ling Zhao's attention and enter the inner palace. However, when they received Ling Zhao's reward, they were so happy that they almost cried. Not only did Ling Zhao arrange for them to enter the inner palace as elders, but he also gave each of them a supreme-grade mystic the Arch elixir. This sudden bonus really made the two of them feel like they were about to faint from happiness. It was as if they had been pulled from hell to heaven in an instant. The two of them were extremely grateful to Ling Zhao. They finally knew that they had followed the right master. Reaching the emperor rank was actually so close at hand. If they had chosen to ally with Yao Kuang and the others, only death would have been waiting for them. If they had not come to seek shelter, they would not have had the chance to obtain the supreme-grade mystic the Arch elixir. They were really exclaiming in their hearts, "We're so lucky!" Although Ling Xiao had incorporated the Gale mercenaries, he did not disperse them. Instead, he assigned the other three mercenary groups that had surrendered to Yang Xianfeng and Wang Tang, and they were divided into two teams. On one hand, it was to increase the city's defenses, and on the other hand, it was to continue hunting spirit beasts and searching for spirit herbs to enrich their wealth. A small number of people were also assigned to repair the city. In the short span of 2 months, Wind Cloud City had changed completely. It was no longer a dilapidated city. All the buildings had been renovated, and there were many more people on the streets than usual. Originally, only martial artists stayed here. But now, there were many more merchants and commoners. Many of them came from nearby cities and villages, and there were also many who came from faraway cities. A newly built city would definitely bring about huge business opportunities, and there would be many empty spaces for them to rest in. The reason why they dared to settle down here was because they relied on Ling Zhao's reputation and the series of preferential policies that he had implemented to manage the city. Moreover, the auction was the most important thing. Wind Cloud City's first auction would be held next month. At that time, there would be the Spring of Life liquid, half-tier sage artifacts, 7th-tier elixirs, and a series of other rare treasures. The Spring of Life liquid was a peerless elixir that could bring people back from the dead. It could improve one's physique and increase one's lifespan. Even 10,000 crystals would be hard to come by. Half-tier sage artifacts were also extremely precious. Normally, only the 18 major forces would have them, and to them, they were also clan-guarding sage artifacts. There was no need to mention the value of a 7th-tier elixir, and one could imagine how tempting the supreme-grade Mystic Emperor elixir was to many half-emperors. When these 3 items were publicized, it caused a frenzy in many places in the central region. Many people from various forces and powerful itinerant cultivators brought along huge sums of money and started to gather in Wind Cloud City. In an instant, Wind Cloud City's reputation spread to almost every corner of the central region, and the city lord, Ling Xiao, became a household name. Not only did his glory as the first martial emperor and Elixir Association's champion make him famous in the central region, but the ancient killing token also made him a well-known public figure. Furthermore, The battle outside Wind Cloud City had caused his name to spread far and wide. There were more and more rumors about Ling Xiao. Some said that he was the only disciple of the evil emperor and that he would become a new legend. Some said that he was the reincarnation of the true dragon son of heaven because every time he fought, a golden dragon would appear. Some said that he was the disciple of an alchemist saint because he was already a 7th-tier alchemist. In short, there were different legends about him. His name could be considered to have caused a stir in the central region. Ji Beixin, who was in the Feng family, had already received news of everything that Ling Xiao had done in Wind Cloud City. She was proud of him, and she could not wait to rush to Ling Xiao's side and live with him forever. Feng Yaxin quietly appeared behind Ji Beixin and smiled. "Little Sister Exen, are you thinking about that heartless man again?" The two women's beauty was unparalleled, and when they stood together, it was quite an eye-catching sight. Ji Beixin put away the zither that Ling Xiao had given her, and a charming smile appeared on her face as she said, "Sister Yaxin, you're speaking ill of him again. I don't think he's offended you, right?" Feng Yaxin chuckled. "What's wrong? Are you worried about him?" Ji Beixin pouted. "I am going to ignore you." "Haha, I have good news for you today." Feng Yaxin stopped teasing Ji Beixin and changed the topic. "What good news? Did something thrilling happen to him?" Ji Beixin asked with a joyful expression. Feng Yaxin smiled. "You really want him to cause more trouble before you are satisfied." She paused for a moment before continuing. "The family sent us to Wind Cloud City to participate in the auction. Now you can see your heartless man." Chapter 745. The Dongfang clan was an ancient clan. Among the many ancient clans, they had the longest history. Their strength and heritage were not something ordinary clans could compare to. The power they established was close to the East Sea. Its geographical location was excellent, and it produced many water-type spirit beasts and spirit herbs. The land under their jurisdiction was rich and healthy. People lived and worked in peace and contentment, and there were few conflicts. In a beautiful and exquisite courtyard of the Dongfang clan. This place was filled with fragrant spirit flowers and herbs. In a simple and elegant bamboo house, there was a beautiful woman brewing fragrant spirit tea. This woman's facial features were exquisite, as if they were carved. Every part of her was matched perfectly. Her tight suit accentuated her beautiful figure perfectly. Her towering breasts, slender waist, and perky buttocks all gave off a fatal temptation. The little princess of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Jing, had countless pursuers. Among them, there was no lack of young geniuses from various forces. Among them, Kong Lan of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, Shangguan Yun of the Shangguan clan, and Lei Hu of the Purple Thunder sect were the most outstanding. They were all outstanding young geniuses like Dongfang Jing, and they were also the focus of cultivation by various forces. Their strength was already the best in this generation, and they were comparable to the Dongfang clan. They were considered the most likely to win Dongfang Jing's heart. However, no matter how outstanding these people were, or how powerful their backgrounds were, Dongfang Jing was unmoved. Because there was already a person in her heart, a man she had long since thought highly of. A man who could suppress his peers, a person who surpassed his peers. But now, that person was rapidly rising like a comet. Dongfang Jing's beautiful eyes glanced at the swaying green bamboo outside the window, and a bewitching smile appeared on her face, revealing a row of white teeth, and she murmured, "The 10 years agreement is still too long, I'm afraid. I can't even hold on for 5 years." She and Ling Xiao had made a promise in the chaotic abyss of war, asking Ling Xiao to come to the Dongfang clan after 10 years to propose. Now only 2 years had passed, but she felt that it had been a long time. One reason was that Ling Xiao was getting more and more outstanding, and his understanding was also getting higher and higher. When he became an overlord, there would definitely be all kinds of women throwing themselves into his arms, which made her feel a sense of crisis. "I, Dongfang Jing, have never lost anything that I, Dongfang Jing, have set my eyes on, and this time will not be an exception." Dongfang Jing released a confident radiance. She was like a proud and beautiful peacock, giving people a feeling of looking up to her. At this moment, a tower-like man stepped into the quiet and secluded courtyard. He walked to the front of the bamboo house, but didn't step in, because his sturdy and huge body would crush the bamboo house. He called from the door, "Little sister, I have 2 pieces of good news for you. His voice was loud and clear, spreading to every corner of the villa. Dongfeng Jing walked out with light and graceful steps. She rolled her eyes at her tall and mighty cousin, Dongfeng Xiong, and said, "Big brother, every time you have good news, it is bad news for me." "All right. Are those fellows in the clan urging me to marry again?" Dongfeng Jing was no longer young, and there were endless streams of people coming to propose marriage. She had already gotten used to it all these years. Those who proposed marriage were rejected by her one by one, but there were many people in the clan who were restless. Although the Dongfeng family was the head of the many families, when it came to their generation, they were a little short of talent. They had to rely on marriage to maintain their family's strong position. This was also an unavoidable marriage for the disciples of any large family. Dongfeng Jing had already seen through it, but as the little princess of the Dongfeng family, she was deeply loved by the old lady of the Dongfeng family. Not many people dared to force her to do anything. Dongfeng Xiong laughed foolishly. "Little sister, your guess this time is not completely correct." Dongfeng Jing looked at Dongfeng Xiong with some doubt, indicating for him to continue. Dongfeng Xiong continued, "This time, the one who proposed marriage was Kong Lan of the Spirit Martial Hall. Most of the people in the family are leaning towards him. I hope that you can make a decision as soon as possible. And there are also people who have gone to ask the old lady, you guessed it right. There is another piece of news that I think you will be very interested in, and that is that my brother-in-law is holding an auction in Wind Cloud City, causing everyone in the central region to know about it, and many great powers have started to send people to bid." Dongfeng Jing said with a look of joy and astonishment, "What kind of treasures does he have at the auction? To actually be able to make their people move upon hearing the news? They won't be interested in ordinary things." Dongfeng Xiong laughed and said, "Little sister is indeed smart, you guessed it right away. Little sister does have some ability to actually have that kind of spring liquid of life that is rarely seen in 10,000 years, and is even willing to take out a half-step sacred artifact to auction." Dongfeng Jing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of a lotus flower, and she muttered, "Could it be that the family wants us to go and auction off the spring liquid of life?" Dongfeng Xiong replied, "That's right, the old ancestor's body is getting worse by the day. Although our clan has many good things for her to enjoy, at her level, ordinary things are no longer of any use. That spring liquid of life can coincidentally make the old ancestor rejuvenate, perhaps it can even help her advance a step further, but..." Dongfeng Jing impatiently asked, "But what?" "It's just that you don't have a share in this trip. Those old men at home all want you to get engaged to that Kong Lan as soon as possible. And there are also people who support that guy Shangguan Yun. On the other hand, Lei Hu seems to have withdrawn from this game," Dongfeng Xiong said. After Dongfeng Jing heard this, she was silent for a long time before saying, "I understand. I must go on this trip to Wind Cloud City." The current gathering point of the central region, Wind Cloud City, was no longer the same as before. The originally lifeless city was bustling with noise and excitement, as if it had been reborn as the new year. There were only 5 days left until the auction, and there were already countless people crowding into the city. These people were all people from the various powers of the central region, as well as people who wanted to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the situation. All sorts of shops were quickly set up on both sides of the main roads of Wind Cloud City, selling all sorts of dazzling goods. There were also many cultivators who took out resources they didn't need and began to trade freely. It turned out that the wandering warriors in this area had a place to rest. The bandits in this area had long been driven away by Ling Zhao's guards of the city lord's mansion, creating a peaceful environment here. Even those fiends who hadn't left didn't dare to cause trouble. They had all seen Ling Zhao's terrifying strength, and if they were to provoke him, they would likely die without a place to be buried. Inside the city lord's mansion, Ling Zhao listened to the reports from the people around him. His face was calm and composed, and no one could tell what he was thinking. In reality, he was already incomparably happy. Now that he had successfully taken the first step in his life, it was time to start reaping the harvest. "Yuer, how are the preparations for the auction going?" Ling Zhao asked as he looked at the charming Kai Xiaoyu. Previously, Kai Xiaoyu had the experience of rebuilding Gu City and preparing for the auction, so the matters of this auction were handed over to her. Kai Xiaoyu replied, "Everything is ready. It's just that the auctioneer hasn't found a suitable one yet." "Is it hard to find this auctioneer?" Ling Zhao asked doubtfully. There were so many people in the city now, so why couldn't he find a single auctioneer? Ling Xiao had also participated in many auctions, and he discovered that the auctioneer was just the person who spoke and set the price. It shouldn't be that hard to find. Kai Xiaoyu explained, this is our first time holding an auction. We must find someone with good eloquence and outstanding looks to take charge. We must not be careless. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment before saying, Your is right. Then let's look for it carefully. We will definitely find a suitable candidate. Everyone, think about it and see if there is a suitable candidate. At this time, Xianxia opened his mouth and said, Actually, this problem is very easy to solve. We have a suitable candidate here. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Xianxia looked at one side and said, I think Miss Qingmin is very suitable for the role of auctioneer. This time, all the gazes shifted to Yao Qingmin. In terms of appearance, Yao Qingmin was already invincible. She claimed to be the #1 beauty in the central region, and her appearance was naturally not bragging. Her curvaceous figure was definitely something that anyone could think of. Coupled with her sweet voice, she did indeed have some of the qualifications of an auctioneer. Can I do it? Yao Qingmin didn't expect Xianxia to talk about her. She immediately pointed at her nose and asked. Her heart was already blooming. She had always been a lively woman. She was imagining that it would be very fun to be an auctioneer. However, Ling Xiao looked at the silly girl suspiciously and said, This god trickster, she's a bit thick-skinned, I'm afraid. Before he could finish speaking, Yao Qingmin immediately jumped out. Her beautiful eyes kept shooting at Ling Xiao, and she said with a coquettish tone, Young master, how am I thick-skinned? I'm pure and beautiful, intelligent, and have first-rate eloquence. I'm definitely qualified to be an auctioneer. When Ling Xiao heard her coquettish voice in the hall, all his hair stood on end. He cursed in his heart, This silly girl really doesn't care about the occasion. This isn't a joke. If it's messed up, young master will lose a lot. Ling Xiao said to Yao Qingmin solemnly. Yao Qingmin seemed to be determined to get the position of auctioneer. She actually became serious and replied, Young master, don't worry. I can definitely make the auction earn a lot of money. There won't be the slightest mistake. If anything goes wrong, I'll accept young master's punishment, okay? Ling Xiao was speechless and didn't know what to say. Kai Xiaoyue said from the side, Husband, let Qingmin try. In any case, she won't be able to cultivate quietly. When the time comes, I will watch her. If there's anything wrong, I will immediately replace her. Since Kai Xiaoyue had said so, Ling Xiao didn't say anything else and let this silly girl do as she pleased. At this time, a guard reported, City Lord, there's a young lady from the Feng clan outside requesting an audience. Ling Xiao instantly stood up and said happily, Exeiner is here. Chapter 746. Other than Ji Beixin and Feng Yaxin, Feng Wuing also came with a few guards. The three of them were the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Feng clan. Now that they were on a mission, there would definitely be people protecting them at all times. Feng Wuing looked at the city lord's mansion and drank a mouthful of wine. He couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold. He actually succeeded in this ghost town. I can't help but admire him. He thought back to the time when he first met Ling Xiao. He was only a middle-stage Earth Emperor. In the blink of an eye, he not only became the first emperor, but also a city lord. He also had the noble identity of a 7th-grade alchemist. He couldn't help but admire him. Ji Beixin smiled proudly. Haha, he's always like this. He always gives people surprises. No matter where he goes, he's always restless. Ling Xiao was her man. The more outstanding Ling Xiao was, the more proud she was. Feng Yaxin said with a bit of jealousy, I know, your man is the most outstanding man in the world. She already had some feelings for Ling Xiao, but she hated herself for knowing this man so late. With Ji Beixin around, she couldn't muster up the courage to pursue Ling Xiao. Moreover, there were so many people pursuing her. Why didn't this man pursue her? Feng Yaxin's thought meant that she and Ling Xiao were two different people. Although Ling Xiao had many women by his side, the only one he truly pursued was Yun Mingqi. The other women had all been pushed together by a freak combination of factors. Therefore, it was a bit unrealistic for Ling Xiao to pursue Feng Yaxin. Just when Ji Beixin wanted to say something, she felt a gust of wind sweeping towards her. Before she could see the figure clearly, her slender waist was embraced by a strong and powerful arm. Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin also felt that something was wrong. The two of them attacked the figure at the same time. However, before they could see the direction of the figure, Ji Beixin had already been taken to the side. Just when Ji Beixin wanted to struggle, she heard an excited and familiar voice. "Excellent, it's me." Ji Beixin felt as if she had been electrocuted. She felt incomparably happy. The arms around her waist also felt comfortable and natural. At this time, Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin also saw the person clearly. Feng Wuying immediately smiled. "So it's Brother Ling. Oh, it should be City Lord Ling." Feng Yaxin glanced at the man who was becoming more and more charming. She looked at Ji Beixin in his arms and felt a little complicated. She wished that he was hugging her instead of her. She thought, if only I was the one he was hugging. Ling Xiao took a sip of Ji Beixin and looked at Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin. "Brother Feng, Sister Yaxin, it's great that you're all here for me. Let's go in, I'll welcome you back." At this time, the people from the City Lord Mansion came out one after another. When Ji Beixin saw Feng Xianyun, Kai Xiayue and Bai Yushi, she immediately went up to greet them. "Sister Yun, Sister Yu." Ji Beixin was younger than Feng Xianyun and Kai Xiayue, so she greeted the two of them with the etiquette of a younger sister. Feng Xianyun pulled Ji Beixin's hand and said, "Let's go back. You can stay here from now on." Kai Xiayue echoed, "That's right, we sisters can gather together. After being separated for so long, he's always thinking about you." Ji Beixin felt the enthusiasm of her two sisters, and her delicate face became incomparably red. She also decided not to go back this time. She really hated the days of separation. The group returned to the City Lord's mansion. Ling Xiao did not expect Ji Beixin to come at this time. He originally wanted to wait until the auction was over before personally going to the Feng clan to pick her up. Now that she was here, he naturally would not let her leave. With his current strength, it was enough to protect the girls from any harm. Even if any power came, it would be difficult for him to take even half a step back. After entering the Great Hall, Ling Xiao introduced the Feng clan's Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin to the others. Everyone in the Great Hall exchanged pleasantries. However, before Ling Xiao could even catch up with Ji Beixin, the guard came to report again. Reporting to the City Lord, "There are people from the Bu family outside requesting an audience." "Bu family?" Ling Xiao was puzzled for a moment, then said, "Let them in." He didn't seem to have any conflicts with the Bu family, so why would someone come to look for him? Although he had some fame now, compared to the background of the 18 powers, it was still insufficient. It was not enough for them to come knocking on his door. Ling Xiao actually knew the person who walked in, but he wasn't very familiar with him. Bu Qing, the leader of the Bu family's new generation, had cooperated with Ling Xiao in the chaotic abyss of war. It was just that at that time, Bu Qing wanted to scheme against Ling Xiao. Bu Qing was also a top-notch beauty, and she had always been very confident. As long as she wanted to seduce any man, it would only be a matter of time. However, when she walked into the Great Hall, she felt a little dizzy. She discovered that the beauty that she was so proud of was not even worth a single blow. Her originally confident attitude had become incomparably dim. Her intention this time was to use her beauty to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. At the same time, she would think of a way to sell the Spring of Life and the half-grade saint artifact that Ling Xiao was going to auction to the Bu family first. But now, her wish was probably going to fail. Looking at the peerless beauties in the Great Hall, she didn't know what her advantage was. "So it's young lady Bu Qing. I didn't think that you would be able to grace the Han residence. You really make the Han residence shine." Ling Xiao walked down from his seat and cupped his hands towards Bu Qing. Ling Xiao admitted that he always had a good impression of beauties, but he wasn't the kind of man who would pounce on any woman he saw. Back then, Bu Qing was only willing to let him participate in the chaotic abyss of war because she wanted to make use of him. Thus, Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of appreciation for this woman. Bu Qing calmed herself down and replied with a smile. "City Lord Ling is too polite. Isn't it too rude for Bu Qing to come and visit?" Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Young Lady Bu Qing is too polite. You can take a seat first. Someone, come and serve the tea." Bu Qing nodded lightly. Then, she discovered that she was being stared at by a few beautiful women. This made her feel a little ashamed. It felt like she was here to look for a man, which made her feel very guilty. This time, she didn't want to stay any longer. She immediately told Ling Xiao why she was here. After listening, Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He didn't even think about it before rejecting, "Young Lady Bu Qing, I can feel your sincerity. It's just that my Spring of Life and half-grade saint artifacts are very limited. Moreover, I've already announced to my friends that if I were to sell them to your Bu clan, then wouldn't I, Ling Xiao, be a person who goes back on his words? Who would dare to come to our auction house in the future? A man cannot stand without trust." This was a principle that everyone understood very well. Bu Qing wasn't an exception. However, she didn't believe that Ling Xiao would take out all of his stock to auction. 4 peerless treasures like these. Who wouldn't keep the best and take out a small portion or some inferior goods to auction? This was an unspoken rule of any power. Bu Qing's beautiful eyes blinked a few times as she said, "City Lord Ling, if you're willing to sell some of these 2 things to our Bu clan will be City Lord Ling's friend in the future. I believe that City Lord Ling won't reject a friend." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Young Lady Bu Qing's words are too serious. Ling Xiao occupies this insignificant place. Having a friend like the Bu clan is naturally what I'm looking for. It's just that, if young Lady Bu Qing really wants those things, I think it's better to sell them in the auction house. Ling Xiao really doesn't have any extra stock. I hope that young Lady Bu Qing won't make things difficult for me. Ling Xiao had a lot of Spring of Life and half-grade saint artifacts. However, he definitely had to keep them as they would be useful in the future. If it wasn't for the sake of making Wind Cloud City famous, he wouldn't have been willing to take these things out to auction. If Bu Qing wanted them, then she could sell them in the auction house. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to other people who sold out to those big powers. Bu Qing could tell that Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't buy it, so she didn't want to stay any longer. Just as she was about to say her goodbyes, someone came to visit the City Lord's mansion. Reporting to City Lord, someone from the Dongfang family requests an audience. The guard knelt on one knee and reported, "Dongfang family?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment as a beautiful figure flashed past his mind. This time, Ling Xiao once again personally came out to welcome them. Just as he arrived at the door, Ling Xiao saw Dongfang Jing's beautiful face and enchanting figure. Beside her were a few outstanding young talents and a group of guards. Ling Xiao recalled that he had inexplicably made an agreement with Dongfang Jing, and it made him feel a little guilty. He already had a lot of women by his side, and he didn't have any emotional foundation with Dongfang Jing. It was just that he was provoked by this woman's words, and his male chauvinism was aroused. He clapped his hands with this woman and made an oath, setting up a 10-year agreement. Now, he had another debt of gratitude to her. "I didn't expect you to come." Ling Xiao didn't know what to say, so he rubbed his nose and smiled. Before Dongfang Jing could say anything, Dongfang Xiong took 2 steps forward and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder as if he was very familiar with him. "Brother-in-law, long time no see, I didn't expect you to be doing so well, it's truly a cause for celebration." Ling Xiao's shoulder hurt from Dongfang Xiong's pat, and he secretly cursed, "This big guy really has a lot of strength." Ling Xiao laughed lightly. "I was just lucky, this little brother has nowhere to go, I can only find this kind of abandoned place to settle down, I will have to trouble brother Dongfang to take care of me in the future." Dongfang Jing looked at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes and said with incomparable gentleness, "Aren't you going to let me in?" Only then did Ling Xiao know that he had offended a beautiful woman, and immediately made a gesture of invitation. However, the young man with an extraordinary temperament beside Dongfang Jing let out a cold snort. At this time, Ling Xiao's gaze landed on that young man. He had always thought that this person was a genius from the Dongfang family, but it seemed like he had misunderstood. Chapter 747. Kong Lan, a direct disciple of the spiritual martial court. His status was second only to his junior, Wu Bufan. He obtained the title of Imperial Killer in the Abyss of War. It was evident that his strength and tenbons were extraordinary. After the trip to the Enlightenment Pool, he also leaped to the realm of a mid-level heavenly venerable. This ability was something that only a few people could achieve. After another 2 years of cultivation, he was now a mid-level heavenly venerable. In a few years, it would not be difficult for him to reach the peak of the mid-level or even the high-level heavenly venerable. He had a high status in the spiritual martial court. His master was also a mid-level mystic emperor elder. He also had a lot of power in the court. After he saw Dongfang Jing in the abyss of war, he was attracted by her beauty. Moreover, the Dongfang clan's background was worthy of his identity as a direct disciple of the spiritual martial court. Therefore, after the imperial list tournament ended, he returned to the court and gave some instructions. Then, he went to the Dongfang clan to pursue Dongfang Jing. He thought that with his status, it would be a piece of cake for him to marry Dongfang Jing. However, he overestimated his own charm and underestimated Dongfang Jing's charm. Apart from him pursuing Dongfang Jing, there were many other young talents who were eyeing Dongfang Jing. In the end, he won the approval of many elders in the Dongfang clan. Recently, he asked his master to personally go to the Dongfang clan to propose marriage. However, the Shangguan clan seemed to be unwilling to let go and also sent someone to propose marriage to the Dongfang clan. In the end, they were in a deadlock. Old Madame Dongfang said that Dongfang Jing could choose for herself. The Dongfang clan did not dare to go against her wishes for the time being and could only delay it. Now that Dongfang Jing requested to come to Wind Cloud City to auction the Spring of Life for old Madame Dongfang, Kong Lan requested to accompany her. He thought that if he could auction the Spring of Life and give it to old Madame Dongfang, perhaps this matter would be settled. However, he did not expect Dongfang Jing to come to Wind Cloud City for a man. This made it extremely difficult for him to accept. He had pursued her for 2 years, but in the end, he did not know that she already had someone in her heart. This was like a punch to his chest, making him feel sullen and uncomfortable. However, he was not someone who would give up easily. He knew about Ling Xiao. Back then, Ling Xiao had suppressed his junior brother and obtained a large number of imperial elixirs as the #1 martial emperor. He had also been fortunate enough to witness the final battle between Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian. At that moment, he knew that Ling Xiao was indeed somewhat powerful. However, he didn't believe that he would lose to Ling Xiao, especially after breaking through to the mid-level heavenly venerate. His confidence was surging. At this moment, in front of the woman he admired, he absolutely could not show weakness. As long as he suppressed Ling Xiao, wouldn't Dongfang Jing obediently obey him? So, it's the first emperor-level expert Ling Xiao. I was wondering who it was. Kong Lan crossed her arms in front of her chest. She had a proud look on her face as she indifferently said. Ling Xiao looked at Kong Lan from the side, then looked at Dongfang Jing and asked, "This is?" Ling Xiao felt that this person looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember. Before Dongfang Jing could say anything, Dongfang Xiong had already rushed to say, "This is my future brother-in-law, Kong Lan from the Spiritual Martial Hall." He was also one of the top 10 killing emperors in the imperial ranking competition 2 years ago. I just don't know who my sister will end up with in the end. Hee. Dongfang Xiong looked simple and honest, but his words had undoubtedly provoked hostility between the two men. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao wouldn't lower himself to Kong Lan's level. He felt that he was already someone with status, so there was no need for him to lower himself to the level of an ordinary person. So what if he was from the Spiritual Martial Hall? At most, he was just a successor disciple. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "So it's Brother Kong from the first pavilion. It's my honor to be able to come to the Han residence. Let's have a seat inside." Kong Lan saw that Ling Xiao had lowered his stance and thought that he was afraid of the name of their spiritual martial hall. He immediately said conceitedly, "I have already proposed marriage to the Dongfang family. Jingjing will be my woman in the future, so be smart." Kong Lan's words were filled with warning, which made Ling Xiao very unhappy. However, Ling Xiao still did not flare up. He immediately nodded and replied, "This is your matter, I don't want to get involved." As soon as he said this, Dongfang Xiong immediately revealed a puzzled expression. He thought to himself, could it be that this Ling Xiao is afraid? Kong Lan was quite satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude, and immediately said to Dongfang Jing, "Jingjing, let's go in and sit together." Dongfang Jing's beautiful eyes revealed a puzzled expression, but she didn't say anything else. She followed Ling Xiao into the city lord's mansion. When the group of people entered the main hall, Kong Lan, Dongfang Xiong, and the young man who came with them saw a few beautiful women, and their gazes couldn't move away. The women in the hall were all gorgeous. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums each had their own flavor, and their temperament was something that ordinary women could not compare to. They were like 100 flowers blooming here, competing with each other for beauty, causing the men here to be ignored. Dongfang Jing was also a little shocked. She never thought that Ling Xiao would have so many outstanding women here, and all of them were not inferior to her in terms of beauty. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with their expressions. Almost all of them were his women. He waved at the girls, indicating for them to come over. Feng Xianyun, Kai Sheyue, Ji Beixin, Bai Yuxi, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, 6 different beauties, but they were all equally outstanding women. Women who could make many men stare blankly at them. Women who could also make most women feel inferior. They naturally crowded towards Ling Xiao. Following that, Ling Xiao introduced them to Dongfang Jing. They are all my women. This is Dongfang Jing, the little princess of the Dongfang family. You guys should get to know each other. Ling Xiao did not want to show off. He only wanted Dongfang Jing to know that he already had so many women, and if he wanted to join his harem, he had to face this reality. In any case, he had already told her that he had a woman when he was in the chaotic abyss of war. If he couldn't accept this reality, then their agreement could be nullified. Dongfang Jing had already made preparations in her heart, but when she saw these women who were not inferior to her, her heart was still completely shaken. Back then, in the chaotic abyss of war, she had made a bold statement that she would make Ling Xiao fall in love with her, and she didn't mind Ling Xiao having 3 or 4 wives and concubines. She felt that with her looks, it would be easy to capture Ling Xiao's heart. At this moment, her confidence was shaken, and for the first time, she was not confident in her own looks. With Feng Xianyun in the lead, the few women introduced themselves one by one. They did not care about their age, nor did they care about their status. They all said that they were Ling Xiao's women, while Bai Yuxi and Yao Qingmin consciously considered themselves to be maids. Dongfang Xiong could not help but exclaim softly, I say, brother-in-law, you have so many wives, can you manage them? Dongfang Xiong was so envious. It was normal for a man to have 3 or 4 wives and concubines, but for someone like Ling Xiao who was so beautiful, it was truly enviable and jealous. Ling Xiao smiled lightly and said, It's all right. He thought to himself, even if there are a few more, this young master can take care of them. Kong Lan was also very jealous in his heart. He could not understand how Ling Xiao could be liked by so many beautiful women. He could not help but say, Ling Xiao, your luck is not bad, to actually be able to trick so many beauties into liking you. Kong Lan's attitude was a little condescending, and his attitude was also especially arrogant, as if he wanted to show off his superior status. The people in the hall immediately looked at Kong Lan angrily. Yi Yunfeng could not help but shout, Who are you? How dare you call my boss by his name? Kong Lan looked at Yi Yunfeng with contempt and said proudly, I am Kong Lan of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, one of the Imperial Slaughtering Emperors. So you are a disciple of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, but you are just relying on your strong background. No wonder your eyes grow on top of your head. Yi Yunfeng said to Kong Lan with the same arrogance. He dared to disrespect his boss. Even if it was the emperor, he would not buy it. What did you say? Even your boss does not dare to speak to me like this. Who do you think you are? Kong Lan heard Yi Yunfeng's words and immediately became angry. I'm not a thing. I'm a human, unlike a certain someone who has eyes on the top of his head. He doesn't look like a human or a ghost. You're not welcome here. Please leave. Yi Yunfeng glared at Kong Lan. He thought to himself, I am not afraid of the Gu family, the medicine sect, or the black demon sect. Although the Spirit Martial Pavilion is the #1 pavilion, you are not the only one who has the final say, so why should I be afraid of you? Yi Yunfeng followed Ling Xiao, and had more or less been influenced by Ling Xiao's arrogant personality. He did not understand why his boss had allowed such a person to enter the palace, but as the master, it was not appropriate for him to do so. As a little brother, he could not watch his boss being despised. Kong Lan's eyes revealed a strong killing intent. As an outstanding disciple of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, he had never been looked down upon by others. Wherever he went, he was treated like the moon surrounded by stars. Now that he had come to this newly built city, there was someone who did not give him face. Before he could get angry, the other young people beside him began to curse angrily. Who do you think you are? How dare you disrespect Brother Konglon? Believe it or not, I will kill you. That's right, don't think that you can be arrogant in your territory. Quickly apologize to Brother Konglon, or else this place will soon be razed to the ground. How can you apologize? At least cover your own mouth 100 times before you speak. That's right, cover your own mouth first. If Brother Konglon is not satisfied, then I will take your little life. These young people were all from the Dongfang family, and they all knew that Konglan's status in the Spirit Martial Pavilion was not low. They had long been told by their family elders to treat Konglon well and build a good relationship with him. Perhaps he would be the future son-in-law, so they had tried to please Konglon when they were in the family. Now that they had come together and saw Konglon being bullied, they naturally took the opportunity to speak up for Konglon. Konglon was flattered, and he was very proud of himself. He looked at Yi Yunfeng with even more disdain. Where did these dogs come from? Why are they barking in my place? Throw them all out. A very casual voice sounded faintly. Dongfang Jing lightly opened her red lips and said, Princess Jing, he is really going too far. The elder looked at Dongfang Jing and said, There's no need to say anything. I know what happened. They are going too far. Dongfang Jing waved her hand and said. She then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Jing, apologize to you on their behalf. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, It's none of your business, it's their business. He then turned to Bai Yushi and said, Yushi, prepare a banquet. I want to invite my friends. At this time, Konglon came back to his senses and glared at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, you are going too far. After shouting, he actually wanted to attack Ling Xiao. An old man beside him grabbed his shoulder and said, Lon, don't be impulsive. This old man was also at the half-emperor level. He was one of Konglan's guard elders and was fully responsible for Konglan's safety. Of course, Jianghu could sense that the real mystic the Arch had made a move here. If Konglon had made a move here, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he would not be able to stop her. You want to make a move? My boss doesn't need to do anything. I can completely crush you. Yi Yunfeng jumped out again and shouted. Yunfeng, say less, lest you say that we are bullying our guests. Ling Xiao advised. When the people at the side heard Ling Xiao's words, they almost fainted. This was not bullying the guests. He had already thrown them out and even caused them to vomit blood. How could this be considered bullying? Could it be that he would only be satisfied after killing them? Konglan's face was ashen as he looked at Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng. A ball of fire was burning in his heart. He glared at them fiercely and said, You guys are good. Very good. I will remember today's humiliation. Konglon flicked his sleeves and turned to leave, but his steps were a little too fast. Coincidentally, a guard also rushed in from outside the door. The two of them collided. Konglon was not prepared at all and actually took 2 steps back, almost falling. He was furious. This is too much. As soon as he finished shouting, he blasted towards the guard. He had used all his strength in this palm, as if he wanted to kill the guard with his palm. Lon, don't be impulsive. A little impatience will lead to big trouble. The martial spirit court's half-emperor instantly grabbed Konglan's arm and said. Ling Xiao ignored Konglon and asked the guard, Why are you in such a hurry? You almost hurt someone. Do you know that if someone is hurt, this young master will have to pay for the medical expenses? When this was said, Konglon almost vomited blood again. He did not want to stay here for a moment longer and thought to himself, Ling Xiao, you can be proud. Wait for me to go to the pavilion and gather people. I will make sure that all of you die here. He could not remember how many years it had been since he was ridiculed like this. Today, he was humiliated in front of the woman he liked. He would remember this hatred. At this time, the guard looked at Ling Xiao with a panicked expression and said, I'm sorry, young master. I didn't mean to. It's the martial spirit court's lord, so I came in a hurry to report. The guard feared Ling Xiao like a tiger. It was not easy to get this job, and he did not want to lose it like this. The martial spirit court's lord? Ling Xiao was stunned. The people in the main hall were also stunned. Wasn't Kong Lan from the martial spirit court? Could it be that the people from the martial spirit court received the news so quickly and came to help Kong Lan vent his anger? This was simply too amazing. This time, Kong Lan laughed proudly. Haha, I did not expect that someone from my pavilion would come here. Ling Xiao, your arrogance has reached its limit. Ling Xiao slightly frowned and did not say anything. He decided to personally go out and greet the people from the martial spirit court. He was not afraid, but he did not understand what was going on. Why did so many people from the big powers come looking for him today? Could it be that his character was too good that these people from the big powers came to greet him? It had to be said that Ling Xiao's imagination was too strong. Ling Xiao went out, and everyone behind him followed. The martial spirit court was the #1 pavilion in the central region. It was the holy land that all martial artists yearned for. The Feng clan, Bu clan, and Dongfang clan naturally did not think that they were on equal footing with them. There were a total of 3 people from the martial spirit court, but all 3 of them were extraordinary. They were all emperors, and one of them was even someone that Ling Xiao knew. At this time, Ling Xiao finally understood why people from the martial spirit court came. Before Ling Xiao could go forward to greet them, Kong Lan and the elder guard rushed forward and said respectfully, Kong Lan, Lu Qing, greets the 3 elders of the previous generation. Kong Lan was extremely excited. Their pavilion actually had 3 elders from the previous generation here, and each of them was a genuine mystic, the arch-tier martial artist. With this level of strength, it would be a piece of cake for them to destroy Ling Xiao's people. Thinking of this, Kong Lan was extremely happy. However, the next action of the 3 emperors shattered his beautiful fantasy. So it's Junior Han's disciple. You guys have also come to Wind Cloud City. One of the Emperor Xian looked at Kong Lan and said, It's Kong Lan. Martial Uncle N. I have something that I need you to do for me. Kong Lan nodded and was just about to tell her pain. The Emperor Xian waved his hand and said, We'll talk about your matter later. Then, the mystic Thearch led the other 2 mystic Thearchs to avoid them and walked quickly in one direction. Young Master Ling, Daoen congratulates you. One of the Emperor Xian took the lead and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. This Emperor Xian was Daoen, who met Ling Xiao in the chaotic abyss of war. He was the one who had received a favor from the evil emperor. At this time, the 2 elders beside Daoen also politely congratulated Ling Xiao. Kong Lan's face instantly turned pale. Only then did he remember the scene of Daoen kneeling to Ling Xiao outside the chaotic abyss of war. He finally understood why Daoen and the others appeared in Wind Cloud City. They were here to support Ling Xiao's baseball field. The half-emperor expert at the side was also confused and didn't know what to do. He thought to himself, Luckily I didn't act rashly just now. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Uncle Daoen, I didn't expect you to come. Please come in. Ling Xiao held Daoen's hand and said warmly. Daoen said, Don't be anxious. Let me introduce you. These 2 are my good friends, Old Zhou and Old Tian. I brought them to your baseball field. They are both rich. Ling Xiao said politely to the 2 Emperor Xian, Greetings, Elder Zhou, Elder Tian. It is my honor to have you 2 here. The 2 Emperor Xian were very satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude. They must have been invited by Daoen. They heard that he was the successor of the evil emperor, which was why they gave Ling Xiao some face. They were very arrogant in their hearts. Now that Ling Xiao was so polite, they felt much better in their hearts. After a few more polite words, Ling Xiao once again invited them in to rest. At this time Daoen said, Don't be anxious. Let me hear what happened to my martial nephew. No matter what, he is my Junior Han's true disciple. Then he looked at Kong Lan and said, If there's anything, quickly say it. Your 2 martial uncles and I will make the decision for you. If there's nothing important, then we can talk when we have time. He didn't have a deep relationship with his junior brother, but his junior brother's disciple had achieved good results in the imperial ranking tournament and received the pavilion's commendation. Thus, he still had to take care of him. This time, Kong Lan didn't know what to say. Looking at Dawen's attitude towards Ling Xiao, he didn't think that Dawen would make a move against Ling Xiao because of him. He felt very aggrieved. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.